Good evening, one and all. It is Friday, it's the end of the working week, and today it is a development stream because we're adding, once again, to the Tenno's Tome of Warframes. While it may have been a complete document, past tense, it's now missing a Warframe, isn't it? It is now missing Temple, but welcome everyone, hope you're doing well where you are around the world today. Because today, we're going to be adding in Temple. We're going to be adding in a Temple Initiate, Adept, Master, and Prime, and that's going to include the custom Exalted Weapon, Lizzie, as well, alongside the custom spells, custom features, everything that will make Temple, Temple. But in D&D. Site already done? Yeah? Hell you. Yeah. Did you never check the document on release then to see? Yep, Site 9 was already in there. Absolutely. Do I plan on adding the 1999 crew too? No. So the 1999 crew, if you're referring to the proto frames, their entire kits are the Warframes. So it is already there. So there's no point even considering adding them as something separate anyway. Their stat blocks would be identical. The only difference is perhaps not giving them the Oricon language, but the Oricon language seems to be present in 1999 anyway, so what does it really mean? Yeah. Betty say, Hecken, fought a car and lost. Truly adding to my list of talents. I'm not sure I'd consider attacking or at least fighting a car a talent, but well done. You rest up well and recover from the decisions that led you to that. Does not sound comfortable. No. But we'll be focusing on adding Temple to this. Now, in terms of adding Temple, Temple is going to need to have their own set of stats. They need to have their own presence and parts of it all. And I've already been planning out, at least on the very basics, as to how that can look. Taking into account their different abilities, how those abilities function, where that could translate into D&D, and also their base stats and how that can translate over as well. So, with that all in mind, the first thing to do is to actually head on down to the section where Temple will be, which is currently, we got Titania down here. Temple will be the page before that. So what I could do is I could basically hop over to the Titania page here. There we go. And if I just kinda go page, Temple goes here. That'll be for the image. And then another page. And on this page is where we'll actually start with the Temple deets. This will be the Temple page. And with all of that as well, I just accidentally closed a whole block of details. Give me those back. There we are. So this is all using the home brewery, and it's using its kind of pseudocode to generate all of the stat blocks. So you see we've copied in the Titania Initiate stat block there. I could use that to switch over to being Temple Initiate, and then just fill in all of the details as I go through. So I'm just going to kind of zero that stuff out, so anyone who's glancing in knows that it needs to be figured out. Absolutely. And Temple will not have a fly speed. But yeah, just gonna take a moment, zero all of that all out, and we can figure it from there. But yeah. I wouldn't normally, in fact, previously I haven't just fully zeroed these things out, but given it's a live stream and can be a little bit more confusing, I am wiping all those details out, but leaving a dash in their place so people know exactly what's going on that side of things. And let's just wipe out those actions, wipe out the bonus action. Alright, cool. So that is an empty stat block ready for us to shove details into. Jason Felix saying, oh shit, when I saw the title, didn't think it was literal, had no idea you did D&D homebrew stuff. Yep, I have already put together this document previously, which includes all 59 Warframes up to but not including Temple, with 4 tiers of play, !WFDND for all the details and link to that. You can access that entire document for free as well. So if you play D&D yourself and you want to have yourself some monsters to throw into that, there you are, you've got a thing to go through with it. There's a video about it. I did put together a video announcing it as well, yes, very true. But yeah, so you can grab the document there. Tips are appreciated, but if you just want to take it for free, it's there for your taking. I'll be able to say 60 plus after today. Well, I think I'd just say 60 after today. 60 plus once there's more than 60. Saying 60 plus when you know it's 60 just seems really weird. Or I can just count the number of stat blocks, because as shown on the link there, if we just click through myself, 259 stat blocks, and I'm going to be bringing it up to 263 today. 263 stat blocks. Phoenix saying, just getting back into DMing after a long break, have enough Warframe, playing friends, this could make for a good one-shot, go for it. Hell, who needs to make it a one-shot? Make a full campaign if you want to. There are enough stat blocks that you can keep it interesting every single session for an entire campaign with these. Absolutely. Mix and match if you wish with some non-Warframe figures as well. You can throw in some simple bandits, simple casters to be like cultists or whatnot. Throw in some simple companions like wolves, ravens, whatever works for you. You throw that all together and you got yourself a full ass campaign. Damn right. I should know because the playtest basically became one. Or rather 2 campaigns running side by side. So yeah. In terms of Temple, I am not entirely sure as to what I want to put as the introductory blurb to them, so I'm going to do that a little bit later. What are you just joined to? Exactly what the title says on the stream, yeah. Kobold might look a bit out of place in the Warframe universe. Yes, you don't call it a kobold. You don't call it a kobold. Instead, you've got this bipedal creature with a weird-looking face that is good at fashioning all kinds of tools, utilities out of seemingly scrap or just loose, odd items. Let me think about that. That would probably look like the Ostrons, actually. There you go. The weird bug-eyed Ostrons with their kind of cobbled together Zors. Odd living, plains living. Yeah, there you are. Just use a kobold, call it an Ostron. Your players never have to know that it's a kobold behind the scenes. It's just an Ostron. You can even change the size back up to medium and be done with it. Bringing in some battle with Flemings? Yeah, sure. It shows you it's not a good enough DM. Maybe not an experienced one. That's all, Petra. Maybe not an experienced one. All you have to do with a lot of D&D is take something that exists and just describe it differently. The description is everything to the players because they don't see the stat block, they see what you describe to them. Which means that vice versa, if someone were doing a campaign and they felt like Warframes wouldn't fit, you can still use all of these stat blocks as not Warframes. If you wanted them to be enhanced golems created by a mad scientist wizard, sure, go for it. If you wanted them to be curious aberrations emerging from the Mirelurk, go for it. Whatever you need them to be. The stat blocks allow you to actually play them rules way, but the descriptions are entirely your own. Entirely your own. And descriptions are a little bit easier to come up with than stat blocks, that's for certain. So, in terms of getting started with these, I have all of these stat details from previous bits and pieces. And what I do notice from Temple's base details in Warframe is that Temple has above average health and armor. So with that in mind, I'm going to be doing exactly the same here, giving Temple above average health and armor with regards to their challenge rating. So for Temple Initiate, which is challenge rating 4, the typical health and armor of a challenge rating 4 will be 75 hit points and 14 AC. So instead, I'm going to give that a slight uptick, not much, just a slight uptick. So we have 15 AC. And for the hit points, instead of aiming for 75, I'd want to aim a little bit higher. And according to the stat sheet I made for this, if the base would be about 77, we go up from there. I can go for 88 with a con of 13. So that would be Temple. 88 with a con of 13. A con of 13 gives a +1, and a +1 would require dice of 16 d8 plus 16, apparently. Is that correct? Let me just triple check my own numbers here. 16 times 5.5 comes out to 88. Yep, bang on. Bang on. There we are. So 88 hit points would be closer to challenge rating 5 in terms of defenses. But it means then that I can bring down the offense and it should still balance out. Should be the operative word. Alright, Petra, have fun with your band practice. LUSA from the playtest, fun fact, Grendel managed to eat and digest one of our player characters in like 3 turns. That did need rebalancing. Grendel was overtuned and so did basically guarantee the death of the paladin in the playtest. And we went, yep, nope, Ken clearly got the numbers wrong on that one. I found the error in the mathematics where I'd gone wrong with the design of Grendel, fixed the error, we reran the encounter the next week, and it went smoothly. It went within expected parameters. So, yeah, that's the point of playtesting, to find those kind of mistakes. And found they were. Alright, so we've got the base armor and hit points figured out there. In terms of the armor type, I'll figure that out later. With the rest of the stats, what I'm thinking for Temple is, because Temple has got very clear fire magic themes, has got that musical side, which would hint towards more of a bardic nature. So that kind of leaning along that side. You're a performer, so charisma strength would be expected, despite Warframes typically being a little bit lower on that. If we're buffing up charisma, and we've already got a above average in the con, then I'm thinking that the physical combat stats of strength and dexterity are going to be on the lower side. So this is going to be a caster focused frame in terms of the way that I designed and put them together. So with that, I'm thinking of giving them a very simple, martial but still simple melee weapon. And then otherwise, full focus on casting being the way they do stuff, including a cantrip. The question is how I wish to go on the nature of that cantrip. Because I could go for something that basically mirrors a simple little firebolt. Or I could go for something that goes along more of the bardic side, similar to a... is it cutting word? I'll be honest, as soon as I think of it, I'm not sure if I'm remembering it correctly. Cutting words? No, that's a reaction granted. Vicious Mockery might be what I'm thinking of. Yeah. I was just saying, Temple would like to be a Sorcerer Warlock stat spread. I mean, you're welcome to think of it that way as well. The thing is that we don't need to take the actual classes, because we're not building a player character via the classes. We're building a Warframe. It's more of the starting inspirations to the kind of aspect that I would take. Part of the things to remember as well is that all Warframes, by design, have intelligence-based spellcasting. Every single one of them. That may not seem quite so sensible for something like Temple, but it is part of the core design for the Warframes, and it allows them all to be intelligent monsters, so it encourages the DM to play them viciously intelligently too. When it comes to a Warframe, you don't want them played like an idiot. Wouldn't a good weapon for the basic Temple be a broken lute or something? A broken lute doesn't really sound like a real weapon. That sounds like an improvised weapon. But I do have a weapon in mind for them already, and in fact I can put that in right now. If I go bubbly bubbly bop 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 bop, and I probably have not deleted the basics of inputting a melee attack, so I will just grab it from here. Melee weapon attack, +5 to hit, reach 5 feet, 1 target. On hit, this would be a 1d8 plus, as yet to be figured out, piercing damage. Because a war pick is an actual thing, but I don't need to call it a war pick, I can just call it a pick, and now the guitar frame has a pick. Yeah. I'll use, just checking, D&D Temple will be an it like all others, right? Correct, yes. All Warframes in the D&D document are designed with genderless terminology, and the same will be true for Temple. No gender is assigned to a Warframe, they are all constructs, or monstrosities, whatever you wish to consider them as. If you want to apply a gender to the Warframe in your own D&D campaign, do so at your own discretion. And I don't want to hear about it. It is irrelevant to the stats. Alright, so in terms of that stat spread then, I would imagine that a guitarist would be a little bit more in the dex rather than the strength. And there's going to be the focus on the intelligence, boost to char, which means that Wiz is probably going to be a little on the lower side as well. Now looking at the stat spread that I have on other frames, what do I have that has that kind of spread to it? That'll probably be an Octavia spread. Hold on, where's my Octavia spread? Yeah, so Octavia runs a low strength, better dex, but lower con. And then has also low... not terribly low whiz, and then significant charisma. Okay. Okay. I think I could do similar there. So what I'll do is I'll drop the wisdom down to compensate for the constitution. That should work. Let's go a strength of 10, a dexterity 14, constitution 13, intelligence. So Octavia I went with 16. That is going to be the casting stat, the primary stat for Temple, so I am going to go with a 16 as well. Wisdom down at flat 10, and the charisma matching Octavia at a 12 for a +1. Going to be the sensible way of handling that there. Let's face it, if they're both musical focus, both performer focus, it just makes sense to use Octavia's stat spread as a base point, at least from that. Elliot Sam wonder, do all frames of the same class have the same sum/pool of attribute scores? Not quite. So whilst that was the original starting point, there was then some sanity check passes done to make it where nothing ended up with too high or too low in given stats in comparison to others. And so especially those that have higher charisma, they have a higher total score than others, because the boost to charisma isn't really that significant to the monster. So say adding +6 to a charisma doesn't mean taking 6 off the rest of their stats. That would make them unbalanced. Another part of the design choice was trying to avoid putting negative bonuses into anything other than charisma the majority of the time. Because a Warframe that was less strong than your average human, or less dexterous than your average human, that just sounds stupid. Yeah. Yeah, that is how it's done that, yeah. Alright then. No, I thought I had a knock at the door. It's neighbours being noisy again. Right, so. Looking at this, the armor type I'll figure out in a moment. I'll be going honest. The armor type is flavor more than anything. It's going to be a non-metallic type, so it is just going to be what it is there. In terms of the skills, performance is an obvious one. It's Temple. Temple has a performance bonus. If you do not give Temple a performance bonus, what even are we talking about at that point? The other thing with Temple, in terms of a skill, because all the initiates I try to give 2 skills, I think Intimidation might be the way. It ties into the Charisma bonus that Temple has over most other Warframes. And a Warframe that is just going to be rocking out and causing fire to erupt everywhere, that's pretty intimidating. That is pretty intimidating. I figure that that would be the route to go for them. That gives them something workable and identifiable. It means that their passive perception will be a flat 10, and yeah. Below jump distance vertical would be 6 feet, horizontal 20. Simple. Righty. Yeah. Spell save DC is going to be 3 plus 2 plus 8. That's 13. There we are. And in terms of a passive, Temple's passive in Warframe is a video game passive. By that I mean that it is one that relies on video game mechanics. Very specifically, you are timing your spell casting, or ability casting I should say, to the beat. That does not really translate over. Also, the whole extra pillars, extra crit chance vulnerability, extra invulnerability duration, energy cost of Exalted Solo, all of that lot is again very video gamey. The actual stats there are well outside of what I'd want the variability to be in D&D, and there is the assumption that a competent player should be using those beat bonuses at all times anyway. So we can ignore the entire passive as described and instead take it in a different route. Temple's passive activates every single time Temple lands any kind or casts any kind of ability. So I can simply give Temple a buff that applies whenever Temple casts an ability. And my thought in that direction is to make it where whenever Temple casts any spell, Temple can recover some health. It leans into the fact that Temple's already higher health and higher armor class, so it kind of leans into that resilient side. Then passive into every X spell hit landed, just every cast. No variability required in it, no extra overthinking, just has Temple cast a spell? Temple gets this buff. And a very simple buff at that tier can just be Temple regains 5 hit points. Or something like that. Probably 5 hit points. With that then, gaining 5 hit points, from my recollection of how the math works out, is roughly equivalent to dealing 5 damage to the players. Temporary hit points suggests Kirito. Actually, not a bad shout. 2 reasons. 1, they can't stack, but 2, the Augur set. When you cast abilities, you turn the casting of abilities into shields, and I treat shields as temporary hit points throughout most of this document. So by going the temporary hit points route, that would effectively be giving a passive silent Augur set to Temple. And I quite like that. So yeah, we'll make them temporary hit points. Avoids any stacking issues, avoids constant healing for free off of cantrips or anything like that. It just reaches a very low limit. And again, going the 5 hit points on that should be absolutely fine. I go bubbly bubbly bop. Metronome. Temple gains 5 temporary hit points whenever it casts a spell. Simple as that. A very simple passive feature, which is easy to keep track of, and adds just a little bit of unique identity to their casting. Will the spells have vocal components to give vulnerability to being silenced? Many of them do, Aliu. Just in general anyway. If we look at Titania's here, all of them are vocal somatic. So, most likely. As I say, something in Rally Alley. I have no idea what you're referencing, sorry. Hello, Aegir. Hope you're doing well today. Alright then, so that gives the very basics, everything other than the spell itself. So, let's bring it to the spells. If I scroll down on this side, I can copy the start of Titania's to use that as a template. It's back. This will be Temple's Void Powers. We have the first ability, I forget the name of it, is Pyrotechnics. Yay! Pyrotechnics. And I'm going to aim for a 2nd level Void Evocation here. I think 2nd level is probably going to be the right aim. Give it a range of 120 feet. Duration of instantaneous. I already know exactly where I'm going with this. And then let's wipe out the old details from Titania here. Temple strums its Temple strums its guitar, just built into itself. We can put that in the description once I'm done for Temple itself. Temple strums its guitar to conjure pillars of flames. Around a point it can see within range. There's a pyrotechnic spell in Xanathar's? Is there? Oh. If there's a spell called Pyrotechnics already, that is a problem. Let's think on that then. Too early to have any augment for this, so that's Pyrotechnics, Overdrive, Rip as well, Exalted Solo. Pyro Pillars. Sounds a little bit basic, I'll be honest. What I can do is I can just make this entirely entirely new theme to where the flame is coming from, and to build in Lizzie's identity more. Lizzie's Rage. Or Lizzie's Scream. Not Rage, Scream. Because they're not always ragey, but Lizzie definitely has a lot to say, and can be very, very vocal about it over Kim. So if I go with Lizzie's Scream, we're tying into Temple's identity, bringing out Lizzie from the very first ability, which is really important considering that Lizzie herself won't be present until the Prime. So this brings in Lizzie sooner, and gets around the whole Pyrotechnics is already a spell issue. So I feel like that might be the way to go. Because there's no way there's a spell already called Lizzie's Scream in anything official. Absolutely no way. So, Temple strums its guitar to conjure. I'm going to make this conjure 6 pillars of flames. 6 pillars of flame around a point it can see within a range. Each pillar occupies the space of a non-friendly creature within, let me think, the radius is normally 20 meters, so it'll be 60 feet. And line of sight of the spell origin. I should say each pillar occupies the space of a different non-friendly creature. If there are more pillars created than target creatures, target instead of occupies. Why would it target? You don't target you shouldn't be targeting the space like that. No, they occupy the space, and then it'll be targeting all of the creatures within that space, or all of the potential targets within that space. The pillar won't target the space. That's where the pillar appears. It's a visible, tangible thing. A pillar of fire. Yeah, if there are more pillars created than target creatures, than targetable creatures, the remaining pillars appear in... I'm aware, Kirito. Trust me, I'm aware. It's why I've got a lot of this already in my head. The remaining pillars appear in random spaces within 10 feet of the spell origin. For each spare pillar, roll a d20. If the number is equal to or less than the number of creatures in this 10-foot radius, the pillar forms in the space of a creature. Otherwise, it spawns in an unoccupied space. Okay. Classroom gas procs can't headshot. Not entirely sure, I'll be honest, Kals. They may be able to, but I'm not certain. So, the description I'm going with here: if there are more pillars created than targetable creatures, the remaining pillars appear in random spaces within 10 feet of the spell's origin. Should it be spells or spell origin? The spell origin. I think spell origin is correct. For each spare pillar, roll a d20. If the number is equal to or less than the number of creatures in the 10-foot radius, the pillar forms in the space of a creature. Otherwise, it spawns in an unoccupied space. So this is somewhat replicating the effect of how it is in Warframe. If you cast it in an area and there's, say, like only 3 enemies there, then those 3 enemies will be immolated by pillars. They're in line of sight, they're in range, they get targeted by 3 of the pillars. The remaining pillars cluster around the aim as to the center of the ability, around the reticle. They are random in where they spawn, and those pillars, they can hit creatures in that clustered area. But if there's other enemies farther out, they're only going to get hit by 1 pillar, and that's it. There is basically no way for 2 pillars to land on them without them being buddy-buddy with another enemy. This tries to replicate that effect. By going with the d20, if you imagine a 10-foot radius circle, so that's going to be, that'll have an area of, let me think now, that's, yeah, pi r squared, so it's 10 squared times pi, which comes out to about 314 square feet. And if we divide that by 25, because that's a 5 by 5 square, it comes out to 12.6. So maybe, okay, thinking of it like that way, maybe a d10 will be closer? Or do I extend the radius to 15? My d10 will be more reliable. Yes, I don't know, let's go, let's, actually, we don't really use a d12 in things very often. Let's use a d12, why not? I just said 12 or so spaces. There is a d12, let's use that. Okay. Should we specify pillar duration? It's all instantaneous. It's already in the spell duration, it's instantaneous. If someone looks at that and goes, how long should the pillar last? Then they haven't read the spell. So with this then, instead of getting someone to number all of the potential spaces a pillar could spawn, and numbering all of the allies, and numbering anything and going one by one, figure it out, it's a very quick method of saying, look, all the spare pillars, roll a d12. Did you roll equal to or less than the number of enemies in the range? If so, this spare pillar spawned on one as well. If not, it spawned in an empty spot. Oh well, that pillar's useless. It happens. Hello, Ray. So that's what I'm going for there. That all is about the spawning of pillars. Now we need what they actually do. When the pillars spawn, when the pillars erupt, just make it a little bit more violent. When the pillars erupt, each creature, each non-friendly creature that shares a space with a pillar must make a dexterity saving throw. And because it's a spell, the saving throw is against the spell save DC of the caster, which in this case is Temple. Goblin Mars say, first year I've had the chance to catch it, just so happens to involve D&D. Looked out this time. Hey, welcome on in, Goblins. Welcome on in. And dropping your prime as well. Oh my. Immediately going straight for the... Okay, I've lost a word. I was going to go for some kind of positive check, and the word just vanished from me. So I'm just going to say thank you. Thank you very much for subscribing to Prime here, and welcome into the channel, Goblins. Cheers. So, when the pillars erupt, each non-friendly creature that shares a space with a pillar must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, it takes 3 brackets 1d6 fire damage. Fire damage. Or half as much on a successful save. If a creature is subject... No. If a creature shares a space with more than one pillar, it makes 1 save for all the pillars at once. I don't need the add ones. It makes 1 save for all the pillars. Receiving damage from each pillar accordingly. No, let's go. Yeah, receiving damage from each pillar accordingly. I'm tempted to add a note about applying resistance there and say apply resistance before adding the pillars together. So apply resistance to each pillar individually or separately. Not certain on that. Goblin saying, chuck it on playlists of your content before bed. It's become part of my nightly routine at this point. Gotta show support wherever I can. Certainly worth it. Hey, thank you very much on that. I am surprised I have a bedtime routine for you. I wonder, am I boring you to sleep? Is that the objective? Those British tones sending you off to Neverland because you don't want to stick around listening to them. I get it. Cheers. All the same. Yeah, I think this should have it. Flo, it's a Friday. No ticket today. No raffle. Let's add in a word on this here. Temple strums its guitar to conjure 6 to briefly conjure. Just to remind people, as I'm reading through, these pillars aren't supposed to stick around. It's an instantaneous spell. There we are. Temple strums its guitar to briefly conjure 6 pillars of flame around a point it can see within range. Each pillar occupies the space of a different non-friendly creature within 60 feet and line of sight at the spell origin. If there are more pillars created than targetable creatures, the remaining pillars appear in random spaces within 10 feet of the spell origin. For each spare pillar, roll a d12. If the number is equal to or less than the number of creatures in this 10-foot radius, the pillar forms in the space of a creature. Otherwise, it spawns in an unoccupied space. When the pillars erupt, each non-friendly creature that shares a space with a pillar must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, it takes 3 brackets 1d6 fire damage, or half as much on a successful save. And if a creature shares a space with more than one pillar, it makes 1 save for all the pillars, receiving damage from each pillar accordingly. Yep, that covers on that. The high levels will be in a moment. I think that covers it. Now, the basis of this spell is coming from Scorching Ray. In Scorching Ray, you create at 2nd level spell 3 bolts of fire targeted at, well, just targets you can see within range, and those 3 bolts each deal 2d6 damage on a hit. So what we have here is a very similar approach, but instead of 3 lots of 2d6, we've got 6 lots of 1d6. Technically, it is a bit weaker in terms of the targeting and how that works. It is very much more spread out. But because it is Pillars of Flame occupying a space, if there are multiple things within that space for any reason, then there is the potential for a multiple hit. It also has the potential to go around corners, because it is looking for line of sight from the spell origin, not from where Temple's casting it from. So those are two benefits that it has over Scorching Ray. I think with that in consideration, it is balanced. Yeah, I think that should keep it balanced there. Now, in terms of the actual damage output from that, that remains to be seen. So with 66 potential outputs, that is 6 slots of 3.5 expected, which is 21. Now the question is that where I want Temple to be, damage-wise? And the answer is yes, actually. 21 average damage output is within expectations, but there is still the risk of it not actually targeting very well. There is the risk of it not targeting particularly well. Those spare pillars have a pretty low chance of actually hitting something else. So... that is mildly painful. And on that basis, I'm tempted to change it from 6 pillars to 4, but make it a 3rd level with 2d6 per pillar. Because if I do that, that'll be 4 lots of 7, which is 28 average. If we're assuming that only 3 pillars hit, then it's 21, which is where I'd want the average output per turn to be for Temple. So as much as 6 pillars will be thematically closer to the sheer medley of pillars that Temple creates in Warframe, trying to make that work within the mechanics here without it being imbalanced. Or yeah, because if I make this 2d6 right up, if they have like 6 targets, that's going to be 12d6, and that's well overpowered for a level 2 or even a level 3 spell. No, level 3, no, Fireball exists. It's a bad comparison, Fireball was overtuned, but 3 kobolds in a trench coat don't want to be at a temple concert? Yeah, because all 3 of them will get targeted, and all 3 pillars will be on their space, so each of them will be taking 3 pillars worth of damage guaranteed, plus any extras, yeah. If they become non-friendly to Temple, Lizzie's gonna scream. I wonder if I do want to go for that higher tier power, so go straight to the 3rd level, make it 2d6 with the 6 pillars, and just have it be a case of it's exceptionally goddamn threatening. It is still spread out, so it's not like it can insta-kill a player, unless the entire party are all, for some reason, stacked in the same square. And if you're doing that, well, everything's going to kill you. Let's be honest, you're being stupid at that point. So I think... It feels risky with potential balance issues, but I think it can work. Going for a 3rd level, 6 pillars, 2d6. Whilst the potential damage is pretty high, it can't crit, and it is a 3rd level spell. Yeah, let's do that. Taking into account the kind of damage we need to reach for Temple to be a challenge 4, yeah. So the spell has potential damage on 6 creatures, or 1 very, very, very unlucky creature, of, 42 damage. That's as far as it goes. That should be fine. Okay, when Lizzie's Scream is cast using a spell slot above 3rd, for each level above 3rd, Temple creates 2 additional pillars. That should all work together as well there, yeah. Cool. Ancestral says, since they have fire pillars, would it make sense to hit any neighbouring unfriendly creature? Around the pillar? No. I'm specifically requiring them to appear in the space of the creatures that it's targeting, or just in open areas. If we create a much larger AoE, it becomes exceptionally reliable at hitting things. And that means we then have to scale down the power of it until these pillars of flame are actually these singeing embers of flame. Reliability and damage have a direct trade-off of each other in order to try and balance out just how effective it can be. I don't want there to be a low number of pillars. I don't want those pillars to be mundane, immaterial. They need to be dangerous. They need to be numerous. And that's where I'm using the targeting that, well, Warframe itself kind of uses. Well, not kind of, does use. So I'm using that kind of targeting. Now, I think this should do the trick in terms of the first of the abilities. So bringing that in then, that is an action. And is Lizzie's Scream. When putting spell actions in, yeah, I then put brackets, how many per rest, X per short rest. I'll figure out how many in a moment. I'd like it to be 2, but we'll see if that'll be balanced. Temple casts, do I use that? Lizzie's Scream at 3rd level. That again makes it very clear that this is an action that is available to this character, that it's a spell because it's being cast. You go look at their spell sheet and what level they're casting it at. Yeah. It's a shame D&D doesn't have item health mechanics. You are so wrong, Kaus. You are so wrong, it's actually slightly painful. Because there are very simple rules for item hit points in the Dungeon Master's Guide. Yeah. It's right in there. In fact, you know what? I'm going to grab the book so you know the page reference. Hold on. I'm just going to put that to the side. Going to put that to the side. There we are. One Dungeon Master's Guide ready to go. We pop to the index. We go for objects will probably be the way to go. Objects 246, 247. Here we go. So if you were dealing with a wooden door, well, object armor class wood, AC 15. And what about their hit points? If we're dealing with a fragile wooden door, a medium item would have 4 hit points. So it's AC 15, 4 hit points for a fragile wooden door. If it's a resilient wooden door, then it'll be 18 hit points. Cool. Yep, there we are. I've got your stats that quick. And if you wanted to apply vulnerability to fire or ongoing fire stuff, that's all within DM's prerogative. But yeah, you can just, you know, look it up. The Dungeon Master's Guide, whilst it's not great or even good, a hearty chunk of it is basically just magic items and not a lot of reasonable economy attached to that. It is still there. How does it work with save spells? Well, it's a dexterity save. I want you to imagine, Gals, what does it look like when a door dodges fire? What does it look like? Does the door leap into action? Does the door use its keen senses to know where the flames are going to appear? This dramatic Matrix-style dodge out of the way. It doesn't, yeah. A door does abso-fucking-lutely nothing to dodge fire, and so it fails the saving throw automatically, and so it takes the damage. Because it's fire. The door dodges by opening? No, that's someone else opening it. Yeah. Objects usually just can't dodge. Objects with, when it comes to a strength saving throw, that's where things do become a little bit more, it's like, okay, well, is it resilient? Is it not resilient? But how do you knock a door prone? Well, it's holding onto the hinges. It's technically immune to going prone unless you bust the hinges, at which point you've destroyed the door, kinda. So yeah, Constitution saving throw, it's dead, it's a door. There is no Constitution, so that's out. Intelligence saving throw, it's a door. Wisdom saving throw, it's a door. Charisma saving throw, it's a door. You know? When it comes to most saving throws, either they fail outright or the question doesn't make sense. A door cannot become frightened. Not unless you first animate the door. And if you animated the door and then make it frightened, please update your alignment. You are chaotic evil. So yeah. When you think about it, the question's already answered. The moment you think about it, the question is answered. I need to put this book back. It's taking up space on my desk. Sets up the DM screen, which I've been using as a stand. I can then read this later. Ta-da! There we are. Exactly, Assassin, yeah. You attempt to charm the door, you fail because it's nonsense. Trying to imagine someone trying to bust down a door, and the door dodges opening itself. in a slapstick campaign, I can see that happening, yes. I can see that happening. Ray saying Pathfinder touched on object hardness, which is damage threshold needed to be reached to begin damaging an object. I think that's in the DMG as well. I'll be quite honest with you. I'm like 80% certain that's in the DMG. Either that or I'm remembering the 4E Dungeon Master's Guide, which definitely had it in there. Because they had damage resistance for monsters as well. It functioned like object hardness. So yeah, 80% certain it's in there. Okay, so let's think about damage output here. Temple Initiate. Casting this AoE with a 60-foot radius, excuse me, on targeting a point, there is a very, very good chance that's going to hit 3 players. I would be surprised if it couldn't even hit 4. But there's going to be plenty of situations where there's not a 4th character to hit. There's going to be unusual circumstances where it's actually going to be down as low as 2 or even 1. So if I go with 3 as the fair estimate, run it from there, that is suggesting a 21 base damage output per cast. And even against 4, it's only 28. So on that basis, when we're aiming for about 20 damage per round for Temple, given that their hit points are above their challenge rating, yeah, so aiming for about 20-ish damage per round, that's actually pretty much on par with where we need it to be. Temple at the end of that heightened clause. So it does, thank you. There we are. Do I just make Lizzie scream at will? Like, if you think about it, the builds we see in Warframe, people can just go spam, 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 spam. You could just do it. Do I make Lizzie scream and at will, no limit, keep casting? Considering that Metronome's temporary hit points, not actual hit points, it doesn't allow for full heal. So like, that's what action economy is for, yeah. I think giving Temple at will Lizzie scream is just kind of the way to go. So I just take out the rest related stuff, just Lizzie scream. Lizzie has a lot to scream about, apparently. There ain't no rests on these bars. Oh. Cool. Now, given that, is there any particular bonus action I'd want to give to Temple? what kind of bonus action could Temple have? Because I'd like them to have something more than just they cast Lizzie Scream end turn. You also give it recharge like 4 to 6? No. No. Spells don't recharge. That's spell-like features, which don't interact with Counterspell and piss off everyone who ever took Counterspell or Dispel Magic, and I really despise that. Anyway, no, we're not doing recharge. Basically nothing in this document does recharge for those spells. No, certainly for those spells. There might be 1 or 2 recharge features in here. In fact, if I just Control F recharge... That's all talking about it in the appendix, which means it's used somewhere. Moment of Inspiration on Protea has a recharge. And that's it. Only Protea has it. Only Protea has a recharge feature in the entire thing, and it's Protea's passive. Yeah. Not going to do that for the Lizzie Scream here on Temple. Just having a quick look at Temple's overall capabilities. I was thinking maybe a shove or something. Can't go for any kind of weird intimidation play, because that's more players against monsters, not the other way around. Honestly, if I entered a D&D session, we were forced to deal with Temple madly flaying around on a Pinocchio, like Pinocchio in Heat, all the while a sapient guitar is screaming violently at us and there's pillars of fire all over the bloody place. I feel like it would fill me with such unparalleled quantities of pant-shitting dread that I'd just walk away from the table. Nah, you'll be fine. Overdrive could be a bonus action. I'm looking specifically at the Initiate here. I just don't want the Initiate to be, like I say, cast Lizzie Scream, end turn. That is just boring to me. Cast Lizzie Scream, end turn, that's barely a monster. There's nothing really to interact with there. Also, Enhanced Bullet Jump is actually supposed to just be Bullet Jump. Oopsies. That's what I get for copying from Titania as a stem bullet. I'm looking at the passive, but nothing really kind of vibes there for me. I think I will just go with the shove. I'll be honest. It's a 10 strength character, so the shove is not going to be likely to succeed anyway. So it's not that powerful. So I think a bonus action, clear the stage. Temple attempts to shove one creature within 5 feet. Yeah. Doing a step as a bonus action. We call it D&D Disengage. Disengage would be very powerful as a bonus action. I'm not sure that really fits Temple's vibe. They're not the kind of character I see getting much opportunity to sprint away. Yeah. Yeah, clear the stage. Fuck it. Clear the stage. Temple attempts to shove a creature within 5 feet. That just gives a little bit more kind of what's going on. And you can picture that. They're there, rocking out. Flames are erupting everywhere. Someone finally gets up close to them. And Temple just kind of boots them away. Foot straight to chest, kick, send them backwards. Mosh time. Oh, do I go clear the stage or do I call it mosh pit? Clear the stage or mosh pit? The musician shouldn't be in the mosh pit, but then it's temple, so... Yeah. Nah. Ray, you're kind of matching the same kind of vibe, I'm thinking, yeah. Yeah, we'll stick with clear the stage. We'll stick with clear the stage. New melee weapon that's a boot you can kick enemies with. Good news! You could just do that. Improvised weapon attacks are a thing, unarmed strikes are a thing, and shoving with just a body part like your foot is a thing. I don't need to design that. That exists. That just exists. Yeah, we should be absolutely fine with these actions here. That gives enough of a detail and variety at this point. So we got the metronome, we've got the pick for a melee attack. Oh, I need to put the numbers onto it. So the pick melee attack is a +2 to hit. Because it'll be strength based, not dexterity, which means it's only going to be a 4 damage. This is a melee attack that Temple should not be using. But it is available if Temple wishes to, what do you call it? Take an attack of opportunity. So that is there. You read the Temple as Temple Institute? Initiate. This is the low-level Temple. This is a Temple that only has their first ability and nothing else. That still needs a description for the armor. For AC 15... That's going to be a little bit beyond studded leather. At least with that dexterity. How do we justify that it has 15 AC as a 14 dex caster-focused frame? How would we justify that AC? Chain shirt? I don't really see Temple's wearing a chainmail shirt. Enchanted hide? Ray, we've already got performance skill bonus. That's already there. Derpy Dude say, hey again, run into a bit of a practical problem in my D&D group. What did you run into, Derpy Dude? I mean, I can go with just some kind of medium-y armor. It's going to be one that fits, that's not chain. Armor, 5e. Otherwise, I might just have to invent a fitting thing. Let's face it, I've invented a lot of armors already in this document. Yeah, chain shirt has the right dex bonus, but it just doesn't feel right. Do you guys have lattice armor? I've never heard of it. What AC does studded leather give? 12 plus dex, which would be 14 here. So if I put studded leather, I could, but we're hand waving that this challenge rating 4 actually has a studded leather +1 armor, which is a bit excessive. It's not unacceptable, but it's a bit excessive. Don't be saying may or may not have summoned an Eldritch God. Oh, good luck with that. That's not very practical at that point. There are no practical solutions. Good luck. Yeah, lattice armor. What is lattice armor? Lattice armor. Fine metal cables woven into lattice work patterns form this armor. From Pathfinder 2nd edition. Armor dispersive blows, much like rings of chainmail, but it's much tighter in construction. Okay. Okay. That, again, seems a lot heavier than what Temple should be wearing. A lot heavier. Could I reduce their armor by 1? The design is supposed to have them at a higher armor, because that matches in with where they are in Warframe. If I reduce their armor, I'm going to have to find damage elsewhere for them. I suppose 1 AC down and keeping the hit points isn't terrible, but... What armor did I give to Octavia? Here we are. So Octavia is AC 13 over leveler armor. Yeah. Octavia's all the way down that the entire time anyway. Right, Ash is all in the dexterity anyway. Atlas has heavy breccia armor and whatnot. Banshee is unarmored. Baruch doing Baruch things. Caliban ceramic. Pelt armor on Chroma. Could go with Pelt. That doesn't sound unreasonable. Pelt armor. Yeah, we just don't upgrade it to heavy. That'll work. I like the framing on that. It's non-metallic, not heavy sounding. Pelt. Got it. Any other suggestion of performance bonus to AC? Look. Oh, okay, I see what you're going for now. I see what you're going for. While I get it, it just feels a little awkward. What am I doing? I am turning all Warframes into D&D monsters. I've actually already done that, but then D added another Warframe. How dare they? So I'm adding that. Music is so good, people hit you a bit worse. I get it. Like the whole, oh, I'm doing a performance thing and that's my defense, but... no. Maybe instead use Mage Armor. Whilst I see where Mage Armor would fit in, and honestly, a caster like Temple would probably use Mage Armor if they were using those kind of setups, all of this is completely independent of anything that Wizards of the Coast have created. So I have never used any of their spells in this entire document. So at that point, I would need to create a Temple Mage Armor spell, and they cast that, and that's not what Temple does anyway, so it doesn't fit. Unfortunately. It would be a good solution for a normal monster, but it's not a good solution for a Warframe. Gamberson doesn't sound like it has 15 AC in D&D. Well, I am not familiar enough with this. Is a padded defensive jacket. Okay, cloth armor. Or padded armor. It'd probably come under padded armor, wouldn't it? Yeah, padded, which is 11 plus dex. No, I think just calling it Pelt Armor, leaving it there should work. We've got the vibe that Temple from Warframe has above average armor and above average health. I've carried that over. We've got the fire in there. Lizzie Scream renamed rather than Pyrotechnics due to an existing 5e Pyrotechnic spell. I think this covers it. I was asking a bit off-topic question. Are there any concepts or ideas you personally think would make for a good or interesting Warframe? The one I keep coming back to is an Aurora-based frame. So the Aurora Borealis and Australis. An Aurora-based frame with, again, the ribbons of light, the dazzling appearance, the radiation from it, all of that can come together. Is Lizzie going to be a lootable musical instrument? Do remember, I am making Warframe stat blocks. I am not making a campaign. If you wish to allow Lizzie to be a lootable instrument, you make Lizzie a lootable instrument. But I'm not creating the lute for this. Or the guitar, or the drum. All the way through. There may be even... In fact, a number of different Warframes have customized weapons for them. But still, the idea is that these are specific to the frames. They're not designed or balanced as player loot. Include them if you wish. That is entirely up to you as a DM. If you add Lizzie to your campaign, you need to make her romanceable. Well, I'm just going to leave Leslie to that. Not just weapons, think of stuff like the gas horse. I will not, thank you. Again, that is y'all to figure out if you wish to make thematic loot like that. Alright then. So we got the initiate made up, everything is all in place there, so now let's make the adept. So if I recall correctly for adepts, they gain quite a bit in the stat department. So yeah, Titania went +1 strength, +3 dex, +3 con, +3 intelligence, +2 whiz, and +4 on the chart. That's a load of gains. Trinity, in comparison, went +2, +3, +2, +2, +2, +3. Yeah, so big pluses all around. Big pluses all around. Alright. Yeah, because I think it's +1 to all stats and then an extra +1 somewhere as well in terms of their bonuses. So that's what I need to be doing here. So let's do the flat increases +1 to everything first. The intelligence goes up to 18, wisdom goes up to 12, and charisma up to 14. I'm going to make charisma 15. It doesn't increase the stat, but it does show that it is that little bit more up there. It's now on par with the constitution. And gives me more latitude to double increase it later on. Do I want to throw a bone in terms of any other stats somewhere along this? I mean, I could actually bring up the constitution to a +3? Temple is supposed to be on the more resilient side, at least in base value, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to make the constitution a +3. Let's do that. I may come to regret that and change it later, but for now it seems like the right choice. Which means then for the challenge rating 9 Warframe that this is going to be, with these appropriate stats here. For a 16 constitution, I can give it 157 hit points, which is made from 21d8 plus 63. The AC should climb by 2 points. We'll be aiming for 17 now. Yep. Speed will remain 30 feet. The intimidation bonus has now climbed to a +6. The performance bonus, likewise a +6. And let's see, what other skill should Temple get now? Persuasion as well? So intimidation, performance, and persuasion? Oh, it's an option. I'm not sure it's the option I want to go with, but it is an option. I always forget the options of skills. Skills, 5e. Let's give it a list of them. Yeah, athletics, acrobatics, sleight of hand, stealth, arcana, history, investigation, native, religion, animal handling, insight, medicine, perception, survival, deception, intimidation, performance, and persuasion. I don't want to go deception. For one, Lizzie claims quite fervently that the invested don't lie. Sleight of hand? I mean, I can see it, but at the same time, I don't. It's a bit of a mix on that one. Could go arcana. Or I could give it just the very offensive perception. No, I think out of the options, persuasion is just the correct one, isn't it? It feels a little boring, just giving all the charisma stats, charisma skills to the charisma statted frame, but it seems like the correct one. Persuasion +6. Passive perception is now 11. There we go. That is the top area complete. I'll update the armor in a moment. It is the Warframe. I mean, yeah, it seems to be going that direction, doesn't it? Sometimes the boring option is indeed the correct one. You are very right. Alright then, the vertical is now 8 foot for bullet jump. The horizontal bullet jump, oh, lag, is 24. There we go. Metronome, temple gains 5 temporary hit points whenever it casts a spell. I'm going to increase that to 9. I could increase it to 10, but I won't. So it's 9. Deal with it. I'll reconsider that later. Think about it actually, that 5 might make this balance here a bit. Should be okay. Should be okay. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, spell save DC. It is 8 plus proficiency of 4, so that's 12, plus intelligence, which is 4, so 16. Cool, there we go. The pick melee weapon, currently a +2 to hit. Nope, it is now a +5 to hit, and deals a whopping 5 piercing damage. I am not going to add in a multi-attack for that, however, because the pick is supposed to be a pathetic melee weapon. Temple is supposed to be relying on casting, and where casting fails, Temple goes, well, I got this, I can stab you with it, and otherwise panic. That is the whole point. So if you have fire resistance against Temple, you're laughing. You are laughing. However, this does make what I was planning to do with the next ability a little bit difficult and problematic. I've just realised. Because I've gone with Lizzie Scream as a at-will spell, that means that Temple's damage is pretty much all coming from saving throws. I was planning on making Overdrive increase crit range, because, well, that's what it does. It increases your critical chance by an absolute value. It's a massive increase to crits. You can't crit with saving throws. Or what frame do I think could best beat an Ancient Red Dragon? Not sure. Honestly, not sure. Could increase the spell DC. You can't crit. You can crit fail a saving throw. You can crit fail a saving throw, but functionally that is the same as just failing a saving throw. Crit failing a saving throw just means even if your bonuses would... Actually, no, you can't even crit fail a saving throw. No, you can't. No, you're wrong. You can't crit fail a saving throw. You get a 1, but it's just 1 plus your bonuses. You don't fail. Why not make it do that anyway, given it's unique to this monster's kit? I suppose I could do. Have it increase critical range, and then have a hard-coded bonus to Lizzie's Scream. I could do that. Yeah. Yeah, I could do that, actually, yeah. Fuck it. That is the simple fix, isn't it? Hard-code bonus. Alright. We'll figure out the other actions and bits and pieces in a moment. We have the next spell to introduce, which will be... got the name of it already. Overdrive. I knew that. So this is going to be some level of void something. Would it be... So what does deafness come under in terms of spell school? Blindness, deafness, 5e is a necromancy spell. Huh. Alright. Sure. Necromancy. So the reason I'm picking up on that is that Overdrive also applies a deafening, stunning effect. I was going to use that as the basis, and not everything is evocation based. Necromancy? That doesn't quite sound right. I could go Conjuration on the whole conjuring of speakers, but they're so instant and ephemeral and they just go away again that doesn't sound right. It's definitely not Abjuration. Evocation is the lazy answer for just energy. Illusion doesn't really fit. What does deafness have to do with necromancy? I don't really know. There's 5e spell schools. Because we're mirroring these with these spells. We've got Void Evocation, Void Abjuration, etc. So there's Abjuration, it's not that. It's not defensive. Conjuration, very weak because of the summoning of the speakers. Divination, definitely not. Enchantment, we're not controlling them. But it's closer. We are affecting their senses. Evocation, lazy answer. Illusion, we're not really pulling the wool over their eyes. We're just kind of hitting them with a big old sound wave to make them exposed to doom. Necromancy, negative effect on creature is the best I can give you for that. Transmutation, we're not really changing anything into anything else, and no. That's a toughie. That is a toughie. Oh, okay. So some people are suggesting that blindness, deafness is considered necromancy because it's withering or affecting the organs related to the senses. That's so weak. That is so weak. Isn't Power Word Kill an enchantment? Is it? Hold up. Power Word Kill 5e is a enchantment. Deafness is necromancy. Power Word Kill is enchantment. It turns out, when you try to take all of existence and pour it into some loosely defined categories, some answers end up making no sense. And this just proves it. So I'm going to go with an enchantment for Overdrive. It's a void enchantment. Alright then. In Warframe itself, it has a base range of 20 meters, which would be translated roughly to 60 feet. So we're going to make this a 60-foot cast on self. Self 60-foot cone. Again, vocal somatic components. Duration will be 1 minute. There we are. That gives us the basis for all of this lot. A pair of... No, I can't say a pair of speakers. As much as Temple is using a guitar, guitars have existed for a very long time, as have other stringed instruments. It doesn't have to be an electric guitar. Speakers, on the other hand, are a very anachronistic inclusion into Dungeons & Dragons. I can't say a pair of speakers appear. That's just wrong at this point. Giant magic mouths. That sounds more angelic, and I mean like biblical. Just mouths appear around, screaming. Ethereal sound blasters? Moon, that's basically just speakers, but putting a... You've put a bedsheet over a speaker and called it a ghost. I know you mean like the spell Magic Mouth Zom, but the very concept of just mouths appearing around Temple. It's just... Oh boy, we need Talancian here. I've got some new tech for Delphor to use. Oh dear. I'm glad that was intentional, Moon. Good. Yeah, It's just like a void circle or two, like the angels, it increases sound. And we could just have it come from the guitar. We can just have it come from the guitar. A shattering blast erupts from Temple's guitar. Attempting to deafen and expose enemies. Expose its targets to damage. All non-friendly creatures within... As I'll say, the speakers don't do anything in the game, do they? They're just flavor? They are just flavor. Which is why it's a flavor I can't use here, because it's completely anachronistic and pointless. It's all non-friendly creatures within... yeah, just within range, because the range is a 60-foot cone. All non-friendly creatures within range must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, each creature... Now, in Warframe, it deals heat damage. Heat. An epic distortion from speakers deals heat damage. I'm going to change that. I'm going to have that be thunder damage. So each creature takes unknown amount of thunder damage. Becomes deafened. Takes an unknown amount of thunder damage and becomes deafened. And that should be capitalized because it is a condition. You're assuming Thunder Wave, the spell is also evocation? Might well be. Might well be. Yeah, on a failed save, each creature takes some amount of thunder damage and becomes deafened. In addition, attacks against the each creature has how would I phrase that? 2 increased critical range? What's the phrasing? Hold on, let's have a look. Critical range. Because I made this one. Yeah, so for example, a critical range increase of 1 would give such and such. So in the framing here, in addition, attacks against each creature increased has its critical range increased by... Let's make it dramatic. Let's go increased by 3. That is a heavy, heavy increase. On a successful save, each creature takes half damage only. And the phrasing on that is half damage only, you don't take the other effects. At the end of an affected creature may repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effects on a success. Yeah. And then lastly is the note about interactability Scream. I could put it in with the other details up here. In addition, attacks against each creature has its critical range increased by 3. And damage dealt by... No. And creatures which roll a... No. In addition, attacks against each creature has its critical range increased by 3 and takes an additional 1d6? No. Yeah, go 1d6. Fuck it. Add in a bunch of damage, yeah. And takes additional 1. So 3 brackets 1d6 fire damage when struck by a pillar of flame from Lizzie's Scream. Scream, not scram. Is this getting too wordy? So, a shouting blast erupts from Temple's guitar, attempting to deafen and expose its targets to damage. All non-friendly creatures within range must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, each creature takes some amount of thunder damage and becomes deafened. In addition, attacks against each affected creature... in addition, attacks against each creature that failed has increased... No. Has its... Yeah, just has its critical range increased by 3. Also... Each creature takes an additional 3 fire damage when struck by a pillar of flame from Lizzie's Scream. On a successful save, each creature takes half damage only. Let's show me the page. Don't want to overspill the lines here. That'll be fine. I've got room. No, just half damage only. That's the wording I've used all the way throughout. When I say on successful save, each creature, something, something only, means that the rest of it doesn't apply. That's what I've used. I'm sticking with it. Yeah. An affected creature may repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on a success. Yeah, that should be fine. That should be fine. Okay. So most of the enchantment is coming from the whole, you become deafened, you have increased critical range against you. So attacks that normally crit on a 20, now crit on a 17, 18, 19, and 20. Which is absolutely bloody devastating. That is a huge increase. I'm actually tempted to make it only a 2 instead of a 3, but, you know, Temple's supposed to be amazing. At something, at least. And this is taking up an action, which would otherwise be available to Lizzie's Scream. It's supposed to be nasty, and you can save out of it. Oh, you can save to just not be affected in the first place. So, yeah, I think I'll go with that. The duration of 1 minute is a lot longer than the base duration of 20 seconds in Warframe, but that's because if I go with 1 1 round, that's only 6 seconds, and throughout I've been making spells either instant, 1 round, 1 minute, 1 hour, some whole figure, rather than giving you things to just have to work your way through tracking. That's just horrible. This ain't a video game, after all. How much thunder damage to apply? Well, for that, normally I would lean towards just looking at the total damage output that we can expect from Temple. But this is a little bit of a weird one, because Lizzie Scream at higher levels is going to create more pillars, but those pillars are likely not going to apply that much more damage. Because you're unlikely to have a party of more than 6 players, the additional pillars are almost guaranteed to be rolling on that d12 to see if they even hit something. And the likelihood there is that you're going to need to roll a 1 or 2 on the d12 for those pillars to hit. So each additional pillar is actually about a 1/6 as effective as a normal increase in spell damage, which is basically no increase in damage at this point. So Lizzie Scream at higher levels is not actually higher output. So Overdrive needs to be threatening. Turns out we share the same hobbies. We at least share this one. Absolutely, Sheepy. Welcome on in. Welcome indeed. I take it from that you were completely unaware that this document even exists then, up until right now. Let's see. No idea till now. Well, good news. Everything aside from Temple is already finished, live, available freely. !WFD&D, that's Warframe Dungeons and Dragons. !WFD&D if you want the link to that. You just play Warframe and DM for a few D&D groups? Oh, you've just got yourself 259, soon to be 263, new stat blocks to play with. I'm adding in Temple because DE went ahead and added in another Warframe, as they do, so now I need to do that. It's a lot of juice. It is, absolutely. Set up for challenge ratings 4, 9, 14, and 19, giving you Initiates, Adepts, Masters, and Primes. The Initiates have access to first ability, Adepts have first and second, Masters have first, second, and third, the Primes have access to all 4 abilities, which allows for both complexity as well as stat scaling throughout. So yeah, doesn't matter what level your party you're at, they should be able to handle a Warframe. Or rather, they should be able to fear a Warframe. You don't need to tell them it's a Warframe, if you don't want to. You can just make them suffer the effects of it. Like Banshee's Silence, that's a beautiful one. That definitely gets a party concerned when they see something moving completely soundlessly, and as it approaches, and everything goes to shit. Everything goes to shit when the spellcasters suddenly realise nothing is working anymore. It's a good one. Nice, takes some fortune Microsoft Word. I do not get the reference, sorry. I'm not a programmer. I'm assuming that's a programming joke. You always thought the Dead are absolutely horrifying for their victims? Mm-hmm. And now your players get to experience it firsthand. Give them a Saren whilst you're at it. Ooh. Saren is one of the more risky designs in this entire document, I will admit. Saren is an existential threat. Either it goes perfectly fine, or you go, oh dear god. Is this latex? I don't know. It is, to my understanding, a custom CSS, I thought, that is then just programmed to display the way we need it to. Yeah. Excuse me. Okay, so I need Temple's Overdrive to be a big goddamn threat to make up for the fact that Lizzie Scream and Pick both are not going to carry the damage output of Temple. So this is very much a support ability. It needs to support itself, it needs to support everything else it can do. Granted, Overdrive itself, by applying the additional damage on the pillars, is already increasing damage output by 50%. I don't know if that 50% is enough in itself. I might even make it 2d6. Homebrew is marked down? Ah, okay, there we are then. I might just make this 2d6. Straight up double the damage of Lizzie's Scream there. That would give me the damage scaling in a kind of a backward way of doing it, yeah. So yeah, let's do that. So that means now that the flame pillars from Lizzie's Scream would be 4d6. If you get targeted by 2 at once, fuck you, you've just been hit with 8d6, but that's because you've been hit by Overdrive and then Lizzie's Scream, so, you know, your day is supposed to be a bit shit. Yeah. Especially as technically you'll be able to save twice before Lizzie's Scream can even happen, because there's the save first against Overdrive, and then there's the save at the end of one's turn against Overdrive. So that's 2 saves someone gets to make before Temple can even turn around and use Lizzie's Scream. Yeah, that's balanced. Most people would be saved out of that by that point. That's completely balanced. Now, if there's other enemies in the fight, then perish. Yeah. If there's other enemies in the fight, it's a higher level fight. It's going to be like challenge 10, 11, 15, wherever up there. Get good, deal with it. You'll be facing God tomorrow, so get with the times. So that should be fine. In that regard, I don't need to go too crazy on the thunder damage here, but let's spec this out. If we get a cast of Overdrive, self 60-foot cone, likely effect then is on 2 targets only. Let's bear that in mind. So 2 targets are affected. Thereafter, on turn 2 and 3, Lizzie's Scream followed by Lizzie's Scream. Because the 2 targets affected by Overdrive, leading to a double save, we can reasonably only expect one to still be under its effects by the time we get to the casting of Lizzie's Scream. And if we assume that it happens both times, whoever it is, they are just really bad at saving throws, that gives us the direct damage from Overdrive, Lizzie's Scream double damage on 1 target, normal damage on 2 targets, Lizzie's Scream double damage on 1 target, normal damage on 2 targets. So that gives us from Lizzie's Scream effectively 8 total applications of its 2d6. So 8 lots of 2d6, 8 lots of 7 is 56. I knew that. I'm just double checking. Which means then I am looking for a damage per round, challenge knight creature but with higher health, so lower damage per round. We're looking for damage per round close to about 40 per round. And I've currently got 56 damage output there from the cast of Lizzie's Scream. Okay. So yeah, we would be a bit behind then. Because we'll be looking for 120 damage over 3 rounds. I've got 56 accounted for. There's no way I'm putting like 60 damage into Overdrive. Now, granted, we are assuming that the critical range will be useful to other creatures as well. So, if I went closer to, say, 30 damage, split it across 2 creatures, we're looking for 15 damage per creature. 2d12 would be 13, and that's kind of in the ballpark. It means that Temple will be less effective solo, but in a group setting, Temple becomes terrifying force multiplier, which I think is a fair shout. Temple is a force multiplier, that fits in with the bardic theme, right? So that means with all of that talk, all of that yapping, I've come to the conclusion of 13 brackets 2d12 thunder damage is the damage to deal. Yeah. Question remains, do I leave it as a self-range 60-foot cone? I'm not sure I want to. Reason being on that is that in Warframe, the cone is a 100-degree angle, but what is a cone in 5e? 5e cone degrees... They're like roughly 60 degrees, aren't they? 53, there it is. They're a 53-degree cone. So we've actually got half the area affected compared to Warframe at the same range. I could make it spherical, I'm not sure. Mr. Saras, I want to ask, I downloaded the game, installed it, but I can't start it. I try to start it, but it immediately turns off and doesn't run admin. That sounds really weird, Mr. Saras. That sounds really weird. I'm not sure what issue you're running into with Warframe if that's happening to you. Really not sure. Are you trying to play it through Steam or just downloaded it separately from the website? And the website one is what I use, and it should be fine, but, you know. Immediately turns off. This doesn't make sense. Why would it immediately turn off? The only thing I can think of otherwise is if you've downloaded the launcher, but somehow you downloaded out-of-date version, and so it attempts to download the up-to-date launcher, closes to then reopen the correct launcher, but maybe that's failing somehow. Yeah. Yeah, follow Palpingdon's advice if you're able to. Check the event viewer for what's going on there. Otherwise, your best option will be to reach out to Warframe support and see if they can give you some more specific advice. Best of luck with that. Okay, with these damage details, I am tempted to switch this from a 60-foot cone to a self-centered sphere. That would massively increase the applicable area. Massively increase it, but given that it's got a double saving throw behind it before Temple can even make use of the overdrive effect, and that the damage is a bit below curve, that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Because it's only 60-foot range as well, so more dangerous to close things, but not ranged attackers. Yeah, I'm going to make this a 60-foot sphere. It's not often that I would look at a Warframe ability and just completely change its casting zone, but I feel like for Temple, especially as it's we're limited to spheres, cones, cubes versus the freedom that Warframe has, I think a 60-foot sphere might be the better shot, although I could go 60-foot cube. No, that would affect it more appropriately to Warframe style. A 60-foot cube would have the same width at distance as a cone, but you also get the sideward flank better. So that would be closer to the effect of a 60-foot range 100-degree sweep. In fact, what does that come out to mathematically? So if you've got a 60 degrees by 60 feet by 100 degrees, so it's 60 radius times 60 times by divided 360 times 100. That affects an area of 3,142. A 60-foot cube is just 60 by 60, right? Which comes out to 3,600. So they're actually pretty much the same order of magnitude. Yeah, cube. Affects about the same area as Warframe's 100-degree cone. It's a little bit higher, but then it's also not a perfect placement, so it's fine. So it's saying, tried launch separately, doesn't work, pop up and turn down. Yeah, follow up what Palpingdon has said. Use the event viewer to see if you can figure out what's going on there, if it gives you further information. If that fails, reach out to Warframe support. They should be the best to guide you through it. Okay. So looking at all this then, we've got the reliable zone, we've got the damage, we've got the effects. It's a bit cumbersome, but it is a support spell. Support spells are cumbersome. They just have a lot of effect. I've not given it any at higher levels effect. And I think that should be fine because Ripper's Wail is going to tear into this math in a moment. So that should be okay. That should be okay. Yeah. Alright. I do, however, need to add some additional details to Temple Adept because it is an Adept Warframe. It gets Auric and Resolve. So let's bring that up, copying it from the Titania one. That goes into... Oh, not that. Into here. When Temple fails a saving throw, it may choose to instead succeed. Once it's used this feature, it may not do so again until it completes a short or long rest. That goes up by 1 additional use for the later tiers, for the Master and the Prime, but for the Adept, it's just a single use. The Bullet Jump has already been up to date. The Metronome can remain in place. I've not been taking into account the Metronome too much here. I probably should be paying more attention to that. But everything is on an action so far, so it's not a problem. Lizzie's Scream is now a 4th level spell cast. And then Overdrive. This feels like a 5th level spell, I'll be honest. Temple casts Overdrive at 5th level. Let's put the asterisks on there for formatting purposes. There we go. Bonus action remains the same. Let's make that 5th level Void Enchantment. Job is a good one. The other thing we need to add in is a saving throw, which I can see here goes above the skill section. Okay. Saving throws. I mean, it has to be Charisma. It's Temple. It has to be Charisma. There we are. Ain't easy to banish this one. Cool. And I've got space here. I can put in an info box, kind of giving some detail about Lizzie later. But I want to focus on the stats for now. Right, this brings us on to the Master, Temple Master. And no, I do not mean a priest. I've not updated the pelt armor. So it's gone from +3 to +4 bonus. Implied pelt +1 armor. It's fine. Okay, so stat-wise, the stat array needs to increase. If I look at Titania's increases, Titania goes from 041421 to 152532. So it is pretty much just +1 across the board. Cool. Yeah, that's the process I've been using. I will continue using that. It's very, very simple. Strength is now a +2. Dexterity is now a +4. Constitution is... Was Dexterity? Yeah, it was. Yeah. Yeah, Constitution is now a +4. Intelligence is now a +5. Wisdom is now a +2. And Charisma is now a +3. I'm going to leave the Charisma still at 17, below the Dex and Con. That'll be fine, yeah. That'll be fine. Skill and save bonuses kind of brings up the difference there. As it is now challenge 14, the XP is 11,500. Proficiency is +5. This means the Charisma saving throw is now a total of +8. And the additional saving throw for being a master, let's go with... Let's go with Constitution. If you're up on that stage, you're rocking out for as long as Temple does. You need the Constitution to keep going. So I feel like that fits there. Intimidation skill bonus is now a +8. Performance skill bonus is now +8. Persuasion skill bonus is now +8. And what other skill to go with? I'm actually going to cheat on this one. I'm going to go for expertise in performance, bringing that one up to a +13. Also keeps it slightly more compact. Looks nicer. There we go. As a result of the con being a +4 and challenge 14, with the design I've got here, let's see, Constitution 18 gives it 238 hit points, which is made up of 28d8 plus 2856, 112. And the AC that was 17 should now be 18. There we go. Yeah, all sounds about right. Okay, bullet jump distance, 2 + 3, doubled is 10, 14. Let's make that... Actually, you know what? I like throwing in the occasional odd number in the stats. It always just looks a little bit more interesting, and I'm going to use that here. It doesn't increase the vertical, but it does make the horizontal reach all the way to 30 feet exactly, which is just a nice one. It's just a nice one. Alright. Oricum Resolve. Once it has used this feature twice. There we are. Metronome, Temple gains. Let's add another 4 to that, so it's now 13 temporary hit points whenever it casts a spell. Temple's Void Power ability is Intelligence. Spell save DC is no longer 16, that should be 18. Yep, 18 it is. The pick melee weapon, which still has no multi-attack because it's still just a pick. The 2 hit has climbed up to a 7. The damage has risen to a 6. It's still honestly really, really bad, and that is the intent. It's not supposed to be good, it's just a pick. Temple casts Lizzie's Scream at 5th level now. There we are. Overdrive will remain at 5th level because that one does not have any level scaling, so it doesn't need to be cast any higher. To cast it higher would imply there's some difference, and that would confuse people, so I'm just not going to do that. It has already confused people on other spells. They're like, oh, Cantoneer, there's not actually any higher level thing. Is it doing nothing? No, it's better at not being counterspelled, but point taken. It's confusing. Alright. So, all those bits and pieces are done. It is now a case of the ability. The ability for Ripper's Wail, that's definitely an action. I say definitely. No. If I make Ripper's Wail an action... now I'm into a little bit of an issue here. Also, I've not given Overdrive its limit. 1 per short rest. Okay. I'm tempted to make Overdrive actually be a bonus action. Being a bonus action does not mean that it can be cast with Lizzie's Scream at the same time. Because of casting limitations, you can only cast a cantrip as an action if you've cast a leveled spell or any kind of spell as a bonus action. There can only be a cantrip, and as Temple has no cantrips, that leaves Temple's only action remaining offensively to be using their pick. Otherwise, it'd be doing a generic action, such as a shove, dodge, dash, that kind of thing. That would give them a little bit more utility there, which shouldn't be overbearing, all considered. Shouldn't be overbearing. And then it cleans up the action economy a bit, but it doesn't really clean it up all that much. It doesn't clean it up that much, and it still would feel weird that being a bonus action. Because I'm keenly aware of the fact that Ripper's Wail doesn't really do anything in the turn that it's cast. If that's cast as an action, Ripper's Wail is like, hey, here's your damage bonus. Yeah, cool, okay, we gotta wait until we can use that. Might be dead before that gets off. Immunity to damage? Yeah. I usually don't want to make a creature just immune to damage an entire round too often. But this might be a case for that. This might be a case for that. Because it's also more of a support frame as Temple in terms of where it's fitting within the Dungeons & Dragons dynamic. It's leaning more towards support the more I make it. So giving it that immunity, that could be both used as a trap. You know, the players try to dogpile this castle, like, we'll get the easy kill first. It gains immunity for a round, they'll all go, shit! We need to hit something else, but now we're out of position, so that could be a cute little thing. There's the healing that'll come off of it, which also affects how and when a DM might want to cast it. A little bit more busy work for the DM to figure out. It'll say, finding 100,000 channel points, can feel the postcard. It's a little bit of a way ahead, but you are certainly making your way there. You are certainly making your way. Let me see here. Yeah, postcard's 250k. I did recall correctly. Yeah, this is going to be an action. So, a Ripper's Whale. And that is, again, going to be a 1 per short rest, just like I've updated Overdrive to. Temple cast Ripper's Whale at 7th level. This is definitely going to end up in 7th level territory. Definitely. So if we pop one down here, I can copy through this as a template. Ripper's Whale. A 7th level void. It's not an enchantment, it's boosting up of allies. It can be protective, but it's mostly the damage bonus. Excuse me. There's a healing and there's a damage bonus. That's evocation. Healing and a fire-based damage bonus. That is straight up evocation. There is no argument on that one. Range, self, and then what is the share range on Ripper's Whale? Share range on Ripper's Whale is actually affinity range, would be 150 feet. Honestly, yeah, I'm fine with that range. It's not exactly 150 feet. Actually, I think maybe 50 meters in feet is 164. I like just going with the triple. Triple is an easy number. But yeah, I can go 160 feet. And 160 foot sphere. Okay, again, duration 1 minute. Do I make this concentration? Would allow me to make it spicier. And gives counterplay. I'll see in a moment if I want to remove that, but I feel like this should be a concentration spell. Alright then, Temple rocks out on its guitar, on its Lizzie, in quotes, guitar. For some reason Twitchy again doesn't allow you to switch colours. Let me see here, it's showing available to me. You might need to refresh, Petra. You might need to refresh. Okay, someone at Twitch hates the colour purple. They just don't understand. Which is weird considering the colour theme of Twitch is purple. Sorry, Kels? Not sure I follow. Not sure I follow. I mean, it is one word, so there's not really a lot for me to go on. Temple rocks out on its Lizzie guitar. Shredding a solo that endures for the round. Temple's pronouns. Oh, wait. Kaus, how have you managed to screw this up 3 different ways? 1, not only did I not get Temple's pronouns wrong, 2, I've been consistently getting them correct even in the video guide I put out. And 3, we're not even using gendered pronouns throughout this entire document. Every single Warframe in this document is referred to as it. All of them. To entirely remove gender from the equation. And that was well before any kind of community drama came out of all of it. Come on! Oh dear. I thought maybe, just maybe, this once we could get away from any kind of pronoun debate here. What community drama did you miss? Nothing of importance around here. If you missed it, you definitely don't need to know about it. If you needed to know about it, you wouldn't have missed it. So I assure you, you're fine. Don't dig into it. It's not worth your time. Alright, Temple rocks out on its Lizzie guitar, shredding a solo that endures for the round. Temple becomes invulnerable to all damage until the start of its next turn. On casting this spell, and for the duration, Temple and its allies within range have their attacks infused with fire. On making a successful attack, each affected creature deals... now this can get out of hand with multi-hit creatures very rapidly if I give it a crazy bonus. On the other hand, Temple lacks anywhere to really put that bonus. So yeah, once per turn? That would be a nice limiter, a once per turn effect, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, if I go attacks and powers infused with fire, and then rephrasing this, the first time an affected creature deals damage on a turn, it deals an additional X fire damage. So yeah, the first time an affected creature deals damage on a turn, it deals an additional X fire damage. On a turn, specifying very importantly there that it means then that reactions or gifted attacks that can be done, any kind of action that they take outside of their own turn to attack things, can lead to even more applications of that fire damage, which is very good for martial supports. So he can stack up nicely on that. But it does mean that, say, Excalibur having all of the attacks under the sun doesn't suddenly put out all of the heat. By specifying the first time an affected creature deals damage, I get around the risk of it losing the bonus on a miss. There's also that as well. S is somatic, hand waving. In this case, shredding. There's no material component so far. I've been silently debating whether or not to include a material component of requiring Lizzie, but at the same time, Lizzie can't be removed. I don't want to give the impression that Lizzie can be removed from Temple, and the somatic still covers the ability to handle Lizzie, so I'm leaving it as just vocal somatic so far, but I was considering material, which would be M. Yes, Petra, yeah. I'm considering the M, but it's kind of a faux component because it can't be missing if the somatic is available. Temple can't lose Lizzie. Lizzie is part of Temple. It is a non-starter to be unable to use Lizzie. Air guitar? Funny concept. Sounds more like a graphical glitch in Warframe, but also not the design. Temple rocks out on its Lizzie guitar, shredding a solo that endures for the round. Temple becomes invulnerable to all damage until the start of its next turn. On casting a spell, and for the duration, Temple and its allies within range have their attacks and powers infused with fire. The first time an affected creature deals damage on a turn, it deals an additional X fire damage. I should say the first time each affected creature deals damage on a turn. Not an, each. That way I'm allowing, say, both Temple and Excalibur on a turn to deal the bonus damage. But it can't be Excalibur and Excalibur. The same Excalibur. So the first time each affected creature deals damage on a turn, it deals an additional X fire damage. I'll figure out X in a moment. Now I need to add in the healing here. Oh god, does it apply on spores? It would do, yes. Because spores deals damage. Straight up. So yes, it would apply on spores. But the thing is that it's still going to be a one-off damage boost on the spores. And it's only going to be the first time. I'm going to actually specify if it would deal damage to multiple creatures simultaneously, the attacking creature chooses which one target to take the extra damage. Yeah, let's do that. So, if the damage, if the creature's damage would affect multiple targets simultaneously, it chooses one of those targets. Only that target takes the additional fire damage. So it's not like someone could go, oh, look at that, I've been boosted. I now deal an extra 30 fire damage. Fireball! And gets a fireball plus 30. Not happening. Or rather, they can do that, but only one of the creatures will get the plus 30. If plus 30 is the number I go with. That mitigation there avoids some stupid AoE soup explosion. Which means that Sarin spores are still terrifying, but only the same terrifying. New Warframe Star Chat without Ceres is so weird. It's not just without Ceres, you also skip Phobos and skip Europa. They're still in the same places, but those sideways places are no longer required to go through the junctions that go through the main route. So it's not just visibly removed Ceres, just chucked off to the side, no one cares about anymore. But the two moons that are also just kind of floating like, yeah, you need to sidestep over to here. Oh, you don't? Oh, okay. Bye. Poor little Europa. Absolute shithole. The only thing it's good for is farming Nova, and then you just get out of there. You just get out of there. The Sergeant is even more irrelevant. Yup. The Sergeant has become even more irrelevant. Do not have any quests tied to them? Not mainline quests, no. Not mainline quests. You can go straight the way through to the New War, and actually all the way through to the Hex. You can do everything up to the Hex. And you still don't need to have encountered Europa, or Phobos, or Ceres, is my understanding now. Also, something has just occurred to me that I need to check for peace of mind. One moment. One moment at all. It was in... Nope, it's fine. Cool. Alright, thought I'd screwed up something on YouTube, but I'm fine. Alright, sorry about that. Let's see. So, vulnerable to all damage until the start of its next turn. Temple also gains X health. Thought I'd screwed up something on YouTube, but I'm fine. Alright, sorry about that. Let's see. So, vulnerable to all damage until the start of its next turn. Temple also gains X health. Gains... 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 With the... Yeah. If Temple... it's not health, it's hit points. If Temple is missing fewer hit points, it gains the remainder as temporary hit points. And I'll figure out the values to apply to that in a moment as well. So, all told, we've got Temple rocks out on its Lizzie guitar, shredding a solo that endures for the round. Temple becomes invulnerable to all damage until the start of its next turn. Temple also regains... Well, just gains. Temple also gains X hit points. If Temple is missing fewer hit points, it gains the remainder as temporary hit points. The simple healing that we get already. On casting a spell and for the duration... Excuse me. Temple and its allies within range have their attacks and powers infused with fire. The first time each affected creature deals damage on a turn, it deals additional X fire damage. If the creature's damage would affect multiple targets simultaneously, it chooses one of those targets, only that target takes the additional fire damage. Yeah. I don't know if I want to put it in multiple targets simultaneously, such as with an area spell. I don't think it needs that clarification. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, in terms of that spell then, it's got all of the main details there. I just need to figure out the two X values to slot in. Now, this is a concentration spell. The idea is that it can run out. It is a team boosting spell, which is always vastly more difficult to balance. Vastly more difficult. Both for myself as the creator of it, and then for DMs to know where, when, and how to use it appropriately. Yes, for the music to be a bit quieter. Oh, has it ended up loud? That's weird. I haven't changed the volume of the music, like, ever. But yeah, let's... I'll just turn it down. That should be about half as loud now. Alright, so... How do I figure this? What one would assume is that Temple would open up with either Ripper's Wail or Overdrive. If they open up with a Ripper's Wail, then they miss out on the ability to heal off of it. If they open up with Overdrive, they risk it functionally running out by the time they have got off their Ripper's Wail and moved on to doing other things as well. Ripper's Wail doesn't deal damage, so it cannot benefit from Overdrive in that moment there. Actually, it couldn't benefit from it anyway, but Overdrive could benefit from Ripper's Wail. So that... Oh, that's a tough choice for a DM to decide which one to cast first, Ripper's Wail or Overdrive. At least with the Constitution saving throw bonus of +9, Temple cannot fail the concentration check unless the damage is at least 22 points. Just put it out there. That is a very resilient Ripper's Wail. Very resilient. That is hard to get rid of, at least through concentration checks. Because for damage of 21 or lower, the DC is always 10, and at DC 10, Temple immediately passes it. Do the powers change depending on the level of the frame? Somewhat. So Lizzie's Scream becomes able to deal more pillars. So that changes the stat function of it there. Overdrive doesn't have a change per tier. There's nothing to change on it. But the effect of Overdrive existing changes Temple from the Initiate up to the Adept. You go from no Overdrive to Overdrive is available. That's the functional change. A whole ass extra spell. And that has a large impact. That has a very, very big impact. Okay, so I'm going to run under the assumption that turn 1, Temple casts Ripper's Wail. and then throughout maintains concentration because of the impressive concentration bonus, con save bonus. Turn 2, we go with Overdrive. Turn 3, it's Lizzie's Scream. So with that then, turn 2, Temple is going to be dealing 13, that is 2d12 thunder damage to a number of creatures. Increasing the critical range on them by 3, and briefly deafening them. Well, deafening them for the length of the effect as well. One of those hits could be boosted by Rip as well, but only one. Okay. And then with Lizzie's Scream, that will affect... Yeah, I've been going so far with 3 players. So 3 players will be affected, one of whom is likely to still be affected by Overdrive. Overdrive does not increase the damage dealt by Ripper's Wail, so it is still just going to be an X gain from Ripper's Wail. I could make Ripper's Wail a... Rather than a flat extra damage, I could make it deal additional fire damage equal to the damage dealt, so that it's a straight doubler. My concern there is if that doubling could end up stacking something too strong on someone. Someone gets hit by a critical hit, and the DM says, oh yeah, Ripper's Wail doubles the damage. That would be terrifying. That would be very, very terrifying. Doesn't Atlas have a big-ass hit for something like that? That's Ash. Well, Ash does as well, actually. You got Ash with a dagger here. Makes 3 attacks with daggers, granted, so it's slightly split a bit there, but 16 piercing damage dagger, of which 9... Yeah, 9.5 is coming from the dice rolls. So you'd add on 9.5 to that, so that goes up from 16.5 to... Yeah, 26. That's the critical hit. Then you've got the potential Rip as well bonus, bringing that up to 26 to 52. Shit! From a single dagger hit, 52 potential damage. Woo! That would be scary. Doesn't crit double the base damage? No. No, it only means that you roll the damage dice again and add all of that together. So if you've got 1d6 plus 3, which is an average of 6.5 damage, you instead, on a critical hit, do 2d6 plus 3, which has an average of 10 damage. So a critical hit isn't actually double damage. So double damage, in this case, if I did double, would be a super crit and stackable with crits. Ooh, gods above, that would be a lot of damage. A crit would be about 3 times normal damage there, with Rip as well stacking with it. Yikers. Yeah, no, I don't think I can allow it to go that far. That would be far too swingy. That would be far too swingy. Anything less than double damage is math, and if it's not additive math, players don't want to do it. I can't ask people to do 10% more damage, that's video game logic. He also has a high crit chance with... Yes, the crit range is increased as well. You're very right, Sheepyow. The crit range from Overdrive, making a 17, able to land a crit as well. Gods, yeah, no, that will be terrifying. 10% easy. Oh, 10% is easy for you and me, Queen. It is. I've met plenty of people where 10% is not easy. What do you mean people playing the Wizard math game don't like math? Met and played with them. Believe me. They exist, and in droves. This community here is selected for people who actually appreciate the mathematical side. Even if you're not anywhere near as adept with it, or don't want to get into nitty-gritty the way I do, you're more likely to scoff at the idea of the complexity of adding 10%. to something. You've been selected that way simply by choosing to watch me rather than watching another creator. And certainly right now you're watching a development stream of Dungeons & Dragons, you nerd! It's fine, Chaos, it's fine, it happens. But, yeah. For a lot of people, when it comes to D&D, they just want to roll the dice, add up the dice, they go, alright, 6 plus 4 plus 3, that is 6 and 4 is 10, right? So it's 10, and then the 3, that is 13. I dealt 13 damage. You're like, holy shit, how did that take you so long? It's real. I've seen exactly that happen. It is real. I have had people struggle to add up 4 numbers on 4d6 and just tell me the answer. Oh, God. Let me tell you, that was not the easiest group to play with. When I'm waiting for someone to add up the result of 4 6-sided dice they have rolled, I'm like, have you literally never played Monopoly? Just the numbers you need to figure out for a roll, and then again, and add it together. It's right there. Anyway, 10% is too much to ask. 4 6-sided dice. Yep. Sounds like a low-level rogue. I don't even remember what the context was. But yeah. You now see why some people use digital dice? Mm-hmm. Whenever I play Uno with my family, my brothers always have me run the scores. Always. Because I simply just added up well faster than them. I'll tell a lie. One of my brothers isn't too terrible at adding up, but he feels that he strains more to think about it. He prefers to just let me do it. I'm just adding a number. What score did you get? 91. What were you on before? 216. Okay, well, let's add it together. Job done. It's... Yeah. Scores in Uno? Yeah, do you not read the rules? Most people don't read the rules on games like this. People complain about Monopoly and Uno, like, oh my god, they're devastating, they hurt everyone. Anyone who struggles with having a nice, good, happy game of Monopoly or Uno probably hasn't read the rules. Just saying. Obviously use house rules. You can use house rules as much as you like. For example, a +2 on a +2 is a house rule. But yeah. 7 trades hands, 0 rotates everything. Oh god, anarchy rules. These are the same kind of things that make people hate Monopoly. I mean, Monopoly's not a good game. Don't get me wrong, but it is those kinds of rules which make those games longer and more irritating to play. It is exactly those kinds of rules that do it. The stacking of cards absolutely makes it more fun. But the 7 of trading hands or the 0 rotates everything, they are anarchy choices, as far as I'm concerned. And those anarchy choices leave people bitter. Yeah. It's all a thing. I have very strong opinions on it. Right, so this damage capability here. This damage capability. It's from when one poor player gets hit by like plus 252 in the stack. I'm going to assume you just shows a random number there. Yeah. In Uno. I know what you mean in Uno, but I'm still going to assume you chose a random number, not like a remotely realistic number. So for stacking, Petra, the stacking that I am familiar with as a common house rule is if someone has played a +2 and it's come to you, if you have a +2 in hand, you can play +2 to add that one to it and pass it along to the next person. So it's now +4. And the next person, if they also have a +2, they can play it, and now becomes +6 and pass it to the next person. +2s can go on +2s, +4s can go on +4s, but they can't go on each other. That's the rule that we play with my brothers. There's knockoff Uno that can actually get that wild. Knockoff Uno. Brought to you by the person who did not realize that Uno had scoring. I could just feel itching under my scalp at the very thought of this. And just in the distance, a banshee screeching, crying out in agony at the very concepts you bring here. The only score that matters, who runs out of cards first. That's just one round, A-Gear. That's one round in Uno. Someone runs out of cards. The score gets totted up. The score is based on the cards that other people did not manage to get rid of. And all of that, it's added to the person who succeeded. So say if I'm playing with my two brothers, one of them's got a 2 and a 7 left in their hand. The other one has got a +2 and a skip all, or just a skip card. Well, from the one side, 2 and a 7, that's 9 points. From the other side, 2 special cards, 20 points a pop. So that's 49 total points. Hurrah, I'm on 49. And then you put the cards back together, deal out a new hand, continue playing. First to 500 points wins. It's in the bloody rollback! It's not just one hand. And when you play it that way, you don't need all these 7s and 0s. You don't need those, because you could just play the next hand out. It's quicker. Actually, it's not quicker, it's normal speed. Who reads rulebooks anyway? Me, fucking damn it. And you know what that's got me in life? And this is genuine. You know where it has got me reading rulebooks in life? Getting used to reading the nitty-gritty details like that not only has enabled me to understand how to create these D&D monsters, not only enabled me to appreciate Uno and Monopoly with my family, and even managing to fuse the two games together, I will point out, but even in a business sense. Even in a business sense. By dealing with the nitty-gritty and having to read into the details to make sure I understand it all, it means when someone throws a contract my way that says, "Hi, yes, we'd like to sponsor you to do a video. Please agree to these terms." And I look at them like, these terms say that you will own every single element of the entire video. This is not a sponsorship. This is you asking to take complete control and ownership of everything I have in there, including my voice and logo. It also says you want me to waive my moral rights, saying that I am no longer the author of this video that would be on my channel. Who did you write this contract for again? Also, genuinely, this is a thing that happened. The contacts that I had at that company, when I challenged them on these terms, was like, oh wow, these are the first time I've had someone bring up these terms as a problem. And even if I take that as true, it's like, okay, are you saying that most other people are just signing contracts without looking? In the end, their legal team turned around and said, oh yeah, no, we're not going to do those things. We're not going to enforce those parts of the contract. We don't want to take ownership of it from you and take away your authorship. But we're not going to remove them from the contract. We can't. It's too quick of a turnaround. Sorry, can you sign anyway and we'll just pinky promise not to actually use it? No. No. Absolutely not. Yeah. Petch saying that's a bit different. Of course you read a contract well and in detail. You say that. Oh, you say that. Read a contract well and in detail. Oh, the world would be beautiful if people lived it like you seem to think. You're saying you could have been a wicked lawyer, I think, reading everything and then some? Probably. I have helped other creators in asserting their rights within a contract. I have helped out family members multiple times when it comes to dealing with shitty landlords and holding them to task, again, over contracts and legal issues. In one single email that I provided to my cousin, I got them basically £1,000 back from a landlord trying to be shirty about it, trying their luck. Walked them through absolutely every step. It's like, yep, we're going to call out this section, that one, acceptable loss, nothing you can do about that one, we got this, yep, I can challenge that one, challenge this one, challenge that, yep, this, that. Bam. Landlord didn't challenge it any further. £1,000, bam, straight off. That's what comes from knowing how to read this shit. I'm not a lawyer. I have no legal training. I just know how to read. and have the desire and wherewithal to actually bloody well do it. Which is why I could tell you earlier that in that book there was object health. To bring it full circle. It's right there. So yeah. On that note, with Rip as well, I still need to figure out the potential damage scaling on this to keep it fair and balanced. Assuming a single cast of Overdrive and a single cast of Lizzie Scream, we're affecting... Now, Lizzie Scream at 5th level, if we're assuming that there's 3 players in range, 5th level is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pillars, that's going to be 7 spare pillars. At D12, it's still likely that only 1, maybe 2 of those pillars are going to hit a target that's already been targeted. If I run under the safer assumption that 2 do land that way, let's say that 5 pillars hit. We got 1 target hits once, 1 hit twice, 1 hit twice. 5 pillars hit. With the bonus from Overdrive, which has already dealt its own damage as well, one of those targets on the 2 pillars is going to be taking double damage. So instead of 5 pillars, that's now effective 7 pillars. That's been cast once, so 7 effective pillars once, 7 for 7 damage, that's 49. Plus the Overdrive affecting 2 targets, it's 49, 59, 69, 75. So it's 75 damage estimate. And I am looking for, on challenge 14, 195. Oh boy, we've got some room to work with. Now, granted, some of this is damage buffing, it's support casting, so it's supposed to be a bit lower anyway. And in fact, I'm going to factor that in now. If I aim it down by 3 chance ratings, down from 75, down from 195 to 150. Yeah, let's go 150. 75 is still missing a whole chunk. What are the rules for subsumed abilities? You don't. There is no helmet necessary. You just play the Warframes as they are. Mate, there's nearly 300 stat blocks in this document. Nearly 300 stat blocks. You don't need to subsume. You can just play the frames. Still just halfway? It is, but that's only counting Scream and Overdrive. It tells me how much room I've got to play with for Ripper's Wail. Ripper's Wail has a healing aspect, but that healing aspect may not apply depending on how the TM uses it, because if you use it later in the encounter, you've not had the damage boost during the encounter. If you use it at the start of the encounter, you've got the damage boost, but then the healing is useless. Yeah. So it's an interesting trade-off on that as well. On top of the X fire damage bonus can potentially scale wildly. So, if I run on the assumption that Temple usually doesn't have an ally to apply Ripper's Wail to, but may have 1 ally, if I average it out at 1 ally... Yeah, this is a dangerous goddamn spell for balancing. Holy shit, I've just realised just how fucked this can get in combination with Overdrive. Can you just say plus 5d6 fire damage from Rip as well? That sounds too much. So 5d6 would be 5 lots of 3.5, so that's what, 15... 17.5? Yeah, 17.5 damage. So across Overdrive and Lizzie's Scream, that would add 37 damage to Temple. Okay, maybe it's not that far out. Now I run the numbers, yeah. Because that would still be very low on the damage output. But if you've got 1 ally in range, they're going to add on another total 10d6 or 15d6, depending on turn ordering, across a 3-round combat. 5d6 might be it. The problem is if there's more than one ally. It's only limited to 1 per turn for each creature affected. Yeah, but it depends on the number of creatures. Because if Temple is running with 3 allies, each of them applying that 5d6 bonus per round, Ripper's Well is now providing a boost of total 20d6 per round. A 7th level spell dealing 20d6 per round. Sounds like quite a bit to me. Because that's 70 damage per round, yeah. Plus the crit enhancement. But thankfully these don't stack multiplicatively. These are additive because this will be a flat damage, not a... No, well, no, if we do 5d6, it's not a flat damage. Ooh. Yeah, we'd have to do a flat damage, not d6s or something. It'd have to be a flat damage so that crits can't scale it. We really don't want this to be crit boosted. If I make it additive to crits, we can avoid at least that happening. How often do you think you'd fight 5 Warframes? It doesn't have to be 5 Warframes. It could be Temple and 3 Wolves. Or 4 Wolves. If Temple gives 4 Wolves that same bonus, they're gonna get the same bonus. It could be 4 commoners with a slingshot. They still have the fire bonus. I think Kirito is probably on the right kind of scaling there. Aiming at 5d6, which is average of... What did I say, 17.5? Yeah, 17.5. So if I made it a flat 17, it can't be crit boosted. Maybe a Temple and 3 Adepts joining him or something. What is the challenge rating of something like that? If I bring up Kobold Fight Club... if we had a... So this is a challenge 14, and then you're saying 3 Adepts, which is challenge 9s each. So if I put in a 14, and then 1, 2, 3 challenge 9s... What level would a group of 4 players have to be before this is no longer considered a deadly encounter? Never. Never is the answer. Oh dear. 4 players of level 20 against a challenge 14 and 3 challenge 9s is considered a deadly... Hold on. Yeah, it's still considered a deadly encounter. It's 53k to 50k threshold for deadly. Woo! Where do I find this info? So I'm using a utility tool called Kobold Fight Club, which is pretty damn impressive for quick balancing of challenge ratings. So it uses the official encounter math, which is a little bit loosey-goosey. But so long as you understand what numbers you're working with, you can make it work. It gives you the math, you need to understand the math. Think it's even worse with Temple's buffs? It scales groups really well. Yeah, it gives you an idea as to the kind of interactions that can go on there. So, if a level 14, which is what this is, a level 14 Temple is against level 14 players... It's still considered deadly to have just a CR9 with it. It becomes not deadly for level 15s. Okay. Its hard feels deadly for them. Or just straight up hard for level 16s. Yikers. Yikers. Okay. Now this is good. This is good. This is actually really good news. On that basis then, it is very, very unlikely that someone is going to be running a Challenge 14 temple alongside more than one other significant creature. Because if you were running it with more than one significant creature, the action economy and overall difficulty is going to scale into insanity. So yeah, it would be just completely unworkable. Sheepy also meant initiates when set adepts. Running initiates alongside a master is certainly a choice. Let's see, what would that do to the mathematics here? If I go challenge 4, wait for that to load. So for a group of level 14s, a challenge 14 and a challenge 4 together is apparently considered simply hard. If you add in a second challenge 4, now it is clear into deadly for level 14s. It stops being deadly properly by level 17. Interesting, yeah. That still sounds pretty reasonable. Okay, yeah. The 30 MR carrying a strength to mission. Well, the 30 MR is the prime, but you know, yeah, sure. And the primes are something else. They're challenge 19. But no, this is good. This is good. It means that, by and large, if we've got a temple this strong, they're not going to be with that many significant other creatures to boost. Otherwise, if they are amongst so many significant creatures, then the players are either going to be very numerous or very high level. So I can get away with giving it a potentially devastating bonus, because the potential shouldn't happen. The potential shouldn't happen. So this is good. So I can indeed go for some chonky numbers in here. If I go over it deals an additional 17 fire damage, and then for the healing... Fuck it, let's double that. 35. I'm going 35 rather than 34 because it's supposed to be 17.5, but I'm rounding down to 17. So, running a solo Challenge 14 temple, we've got Ripper's Wail comes out, it's invulnerable for the round, it will gain 35 temporary hit points. We've skipped an entire round of damage, which almost makes it a free cast. That actually would technically kind of extend the combat by 1 round, thinking about it. So let's factor that in as well. That might just unbalance the math I've just figured out. We've gained 35 temporary hit points on a frame that generates 13 per round as well anyway. So yeah, that's actually slightly overriding that. We only gain 22. That doesn't synergize too well. You know what, that's fine. That is fine. Okay, so the hit points are going to be slightly higher again. Over the course of the combat, we can assume this healing happens twice on top of the 35 here. Do I assume the frames go first? You just assume that they get their attacks off. That's all. You just assume that they get their opportunity. Who goes first or who doesn't is never something you can particularly consider too well without just straight simulating, and we don't have the time to simulate. So, given this here, this gives Temple effective hit points for combat of 299, and then damage output. After turn 1, we've now got our casting bonus on here, and we're assuming concentration is going to hold because of the sheer con bonus we've got. Overdrive comes out next. It's going to target 2 enemies, so we're going to have 13 plus the 17 bonus. Followed by then Lizzie's Scream, which is going to, I said earlier, 5 pillars land, of which 2 of those pillars are going to be double damaged from Overdrive, so it's effectively 7 pillars. So 7 by 7. And one of those pillars is going to deal an additional 17 damage. I've not forgotten Sheepy Owl. I factored that in, that's why I came to 299. So in 3 turns solo, Temple is now hitting 109 total damage output. 299 tank would be challenge 20, not 14, but 100 damage is challenge 6, which averages to 13 but is absolutely wild in its variance. So it kind of technically theoretically works. I might I think the metronome might be a bit strong. Yeah, I'm going to scale back the metronome. I realised I overlooked it earlier on the adept, but now running the numbers here, I think the metronome might be a bit strong. So I'm gonna tune that down, or do I just go a different direction? I went there for the temporary hit points, making up for the lack of just video game efficiency and bonuses, but I might want to just go a different direction entirely. Give him damage attenuation. I kind of have. I could give metronome to allies instead. That's pointless, because then on Temple themselves, they get nowhere, and when they have an ally, it becomes too powerful. No, let's not do that. Bollocks. I'm just going to nerf metronome. Just going to straight nerf it. I've given it 5, 9, 13 whenever it casts a spell. I'm going to bring that down to 4, 6, 8. Clint's saying, can you make it more of something like keeping a rhythm to the buff, maybe every 2 casts? Clint's saying, can you give you a damage boost instead of temporary hit points? So the damage buff would be difficult to apply because are we giving the damage bonus to the casting of the spell? Where's the damage bonus going to apply to Ripper's Wail? If we're giving damage to the next attack, we're missing out on immediate power, and it's now something to memorize and can get a little bit scuffy. If we're going every 2 casts, like Clint is saying, that's yet another thing to keep track of. Not to mention that Temple's likely only going to cast 3 spells during an encounter. After which point, Temple will probably be dead. Just dead. Do not pass go, do not collect 200 hit points. We're back to Monopoly. Now, I think just bringing down the amount of hit points they can generate is the key here. Because it's looking like there's a little bit too much tank and not a lot of output, it just makes the fight feel a little pathetic. So if I bring Metronome on the Initiate from 5 down to 4, it's a small change, but still a change. On the Adept, I bring it down from 9 to 6. And on the Master from 13 down to 8. It's not the biggest change, but it does take out a number of hit points there. That's fine, Clinch. That's absolutely fine. And then with Ripper's Wail, I'm going to take out the temporary hit point gain on it. Yeah. So I'll get... Also, regains up to 35 hit points, and just the THP can't happen. So now if Temple casts Ripper's Wail straight away, they get no benefit from the healing. It is purely a damage buff. But if for some reason, like if they didn't go first, and Temple was unable to cast it sooner and took damage, Temple can then recover those hit points in addition to the invulnerability round that they get. And so it's a kind of a comeback mechanic for the bad luck of going second, after the big hits happen. So that's a comeback mechanic, but it does not guarantee that hit point power. This should help bring down the hit point threshold. We come down from 299 to... Just run the numbers. To 254. That's a huge drop down. That's good. Temple would technically always start turn 2 at full health. Not always, no. If Temple takes turn 1 and doesn't get to cast Ripper's Wail, or has already been damaged enough by turn 1 that they've lost more than 35 hit points, turn 2 is not going to have them at full health, no. Yeah, so that should balance that there. In terms of damage capability, I think what I might need to do here is give Overdrive a level scaling mechanic, but that level scaling is just going to increase the thunder damage. If I increase the thunder damage by 1d12 per level, that should be fine. Why would it not be able to cast it? Such as if it was unable to take an action that turn. Which is not an uncommon restriction to be found in at that level. To straight up lose a turn. If it's silenced, same deal really. We're talking level 14 encounter here. Level 14 players have options. Terrifying options. So yeah. Granted, it's only a medium challenge for level 14 players. This would be more of a boss fight for like level 11 players. For level 14, that's when you'd want to consider adding in one of those initiates alongside it to break up the action economy, put multiple threats out there, and potentially make it harder for the players to know which one's the strong one. Something along those lines. And Temple, being a support-based character, would benefit more from having an initiate than, say, someone like Saren. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to give a level scaling on the Overdrive. I think that's where I can patch up the damage difference here. When Overdrive is cast using a spell slot above 5th for each level above 5th, it deals 6 brackets 1d12 additional thunder damage on the initial hit. If players are strong, that just means the bosses get even stronger. And the loot. Don't forget the loot. Alright, so that should balance that, and then I can have the higher level temple just use that one level up. So that goes from 2d12 to 3d12, which is a significant damage increase, but you're also spending a 6th level spell slot, you know, come on. And it's not going to increase the critical range bonus, it's not going to increase the fire bonus on Lizzie's Scream, it's not going to functionally increase the Rip as Well bonus it receives, because those are additive bonuses. So all of that should be fine. Rip as Well rocks out on his Lizzie guitar, shredding guitar endures for the round, Temple becomes invulnerable to all damage till start of its next turn, regains up to 35 hit points. On casting a spell, and for the duration, Temple and its allies within range have their attacks and powers fused to fire. First time affected creature deals damage, deals extra 17 fire. Creature damage would affect multiple targets simultaneously. Choose one, only that one takes a damage. Yeah. There she blows. I think that lands the power scaling I'm looking for on this. That's good. That's good, yeah. Okay, cool. That's Temple Master complete. Last one. Let's, oops, split this into a column. There we go. Your players loot gremlins to the extent you had to come up with crafting a monster hunter for them. That happens a lot for D&D stuff, yeah, that happens a lot. I have not so far come up with a good enough system that I'm satisfied with in terms of looting, craftables, yada yada. Part of that comes down to campaign pacing, I'll be honest. But yeah. Hello, Curb. Lizzie time? It is indeed. It is Temple Prime. I'm always making the primes before DE these days, aren't I? Alright, first, the stat array. Let's buff up all of these. +1 to everything, I think, is in order. So that's 17 plus 3. That's a 20 for +5. That is a 20 for +5. That is a 22 intelligence for +6. A 16 whiz for +3, and charisma. Let's say charisma's a 20. I'm going to be extra spicy and just go all the way to 20. Jump it up. I don't care where it sits in the balance. Temple is a support frame anyway, so they can use the stat boost. 20. There's a 17, 20, 20, 22, 16, 20. Ugh. Temple is a bard. Why only 20 charisma? Temple is a bard, but it's also a Warframe. And the Warframe bit is taking the priority there. All Warframes are int-based? They are. All of the Warframe casting, every single one of them is intelligence-based. That is a design choice. Levels 2 David Bauer coded to not have 20. This is still as high a charisma as any mortal can normally get. Bauer's 22. Hyperbolic, but mortals are supposed to stop at 20. Mortals are supposed to stop at 20. Anyway. Saving throw. Strength? No. Constitution's already done. Charisma's already done. Int, Wiz, or Dex. Int, Wiz, or Dex. Int, Wiz, or Dex. Int, Wiz, or Dex. True, yes. Temple is not Flare. Flare is not Temple. They would have different stats in that regard, I suppose. At least in the charisma. Yep. I think I'm going to go with a wisdom saving throw on the Prime here. Kind of leaning into the Flare side rather than the Temple side. But that leaning is coming from, this is a glam rocker. What makes anyone think that their mind can be controlled so easily? What makes anyone think that they can be so easily curtailed compared to the average person? They are resilient to any and all attempts to change their path. Mentally speaking. So yeah, I'll go Wiz. So the con is now 5 plus, and there'll be 6, because this is challenge 19 we're making. So con 5 plus 6 is a plus 11. Good luck breaking that concentration check. The Wiz is a plus 9. Char is a plus 11. I'm just not going to do it, Sheepy. I'm too tired. Alright, intimidation, performance with expertise, persuasion. Let's give the persuasion expertise. I'm going to be lazy. No, let's not be lazy. Is there another skill we want to give Temple? Nope. Expertise in persuasion. Yeah, persuasion it is. 6, 12, 17. Performance is 17. Intimidation is 11. There we go. Passive perception is now 13. It's one of their weak points. Temple's bullet jump distance is now... Now, do I use a special phrasing for the prime bullet jumps? I don't. Good. Okay. So, vertical, 3 plus 3 is 6. Triple is 18 feet vertical. And horizontal, be 17 tripled, which is 51. Yes. I'm going to increase the speed of the Prime from 30 to 40 feet. Doesn't go the full 51, but that's fine. You can dash for that. And there's an argument for athletic for those sick guitar slides. I see it. I see it. But now I'll stick with the super expertises here. Why not? Oracle's Resolve. When Temple fails a saving throw, it may choose instead to succeed. Once it has used this feature 3 times, it may not do so again until it completes a short or long rest. Metronome. Temple gains that add another +2, so it gains 10 temporary hit points whenever it casts a spell. Void Power. Temple's Void Power ability is intelligence with a spell save DC of 20. Its Void Powers are listed in the actions below. The actions, we've got a pick melee weapon attack, that 3, 6, 9 to hit. Reach 5 feet, 1 target, 1d8 plus 3 piercing damage. It's still pretty crap, but it's the only melee weapon they need. It's going to be a 7. Will I update the file on the site when I'm done? Yes. So once I've finished putting this all together, I've double-checked, make sure it's all in the right places, all the right details. I will then need to create the cover picture for Temple. And then that whole thing will need to be rendered. That does take a hot minute. And once I've got the whole thing rendered, I will replace the file on the website. A patch note will be put out to that effect. I will announce it over on the Discord. I will announce it on my website. I'll announce it on Blue Sky. I'll announce it on YouTube community posts. Hell, I should probably announce it over on Reddit as well, of all places. It'll go all out there, so you'll know exactly it's fully up to date then. And then, yeah, you just download it from the same section. Again, you click through to either the free download or the tip, whichever you prefer. Will I announce it on Tumblr? No, I'm not active on Tumblr. I am not active there. Okay, the AC should climb to 19. The hit points for a 20 con CR19 is, at least in the design I'm using, 313 hit points. Thank you very much. 313 hit points, which comes out to a 33d8 plus it's 165. Beautiful. Similar to someone that would. I mean, I was on Tumblr 12 years ago, so it's been a while. Pelt armor? Yeah, it's a unique armor type. It's entirely thematic. The AC is 19 and it's non-metallic. That's the start and end of all concern for the armor mechanically. But it's to give you the idea as to what's being worn. Right. To give you an example as to just how unique some of these are, if I bring up Atlas, we've got Breccia armor, Metamorphic armor, Igneous armor, and Meteoric armor. Petra asking, wait, non-metallic? Yes, because Temple rocks! Anyway. Mystery of that heat metal BS. So some Warframes have metallic armor. Specifically. Not Citrine. Citrine has crystal armor, understandably. Here we are, Equinox. Equinox here has metallic armor all the way through. So we've got Venerdo armor. Actually, the day form has metallic armor, the night form does not. So Venerdo metallic armor for the day form, but when switched into night form, it becomes cloth armor, which is non-metallic. Right, still Venerdo there. Still Venerdo. Did it never upgrade? Yeah, it's still Venerdo all the way through. Well, screw you, Equinox, you're boring. Gara, glass armor, non-metallic, makes sense. Harrow, Venerdo, all the way through. I used other metals somewhere. Where'd they all go? Ah, yes, here we are. Hildren's got Copron armor, Ferros armor, and Oroxium armor, all of them metallic. So again, it's noted in there. So yeah, I have used a lot of non-standard armors, and in terms of the values assigned to them, they aren't. That's the answer. I'll be honest with you. Some of them have some loose values applied, but there is an implicit +1 or rarely a +2 hidden in there in some cases where the Warframe just needed more. So they, I guess, have magic armor sometimes when it's undisclosed. The main point is you have the value, you have whether it's metallic or not, and then the material is supposed to just give you an inspiration to try and take it from there. The flavor? Exactly. Flavor is necessary, because all of these numbers are meaningless if you can't make a story out of it. You cast heat metal? Excellent. I've just switched back to Temple, so I guess you just cast heat metal on the pick. Temple drops the pick. Temple's fine. Alrighty then. I've done the hit points, and the speed, and the armor class, stats, saving throws, skills, sense, challenge rating, bullet jump's done, Arctic Resolve is done, Metronome is done, Void Power is done. Excellent. That's all good. The pick done as well. Lizzie's Scream. Sure, we can level it up again to 6th level. Not a problem. Yeah, Lizzie's not metal either, no. If you can't reflavor your leather armor into whatever you want, what even the point? Exactly. Like, if someone wants to rock up in specifically very well-covering black leather armor, then, you know, who's to judge? If they start saying they also equip a whip, then I'm judging. But hey, flavor. Flavor. Yes. And after adventuring for a very long time in that amount of leather, there's going to be quite some flavor. Ugh. So, Lizzie's Scream is upgraded to 6th level. Overdrive, I never actually upgraded on the previous one. Let me fix that. It was 6th before. And I might be able to get away with doing 7th on this one. We'll see if I have to verify in a moment. The strings will be metal. Would they? Would they? Do they have to be metal? Why not some kind of other infested ultra magical material? You didn't think of that, did you? Could be cartilage, sinew. Oh, well, you. Oh, well, you. Congratulations, you rolled 11 factorial. Due to integer overflow, you actually rolled a 0. His crafting materials for the chassis are alloy plate and nanospores, so he's not metal. What do we think the alloy plate is made out of? Hey, what do you think the word alloy is hinting towards? But yeah, no, there's metal in my diet. Iron, magnesium, zinc, that kind of thing. But I am not a valid target for heat metal. Crafting materials does not define validity of heat metal. Yeah. That's my ruling. It's official. Alright then, Ripper's Whale I've not given any higher level bonus to, and I'm happy to leave it that way. So I've got plenty of room for Lizzie to do Lizzie things, and I think casting Lizzie has got to be a bonus action. So then you can attack with it straight away. It's just gotta be. So, yep, let's add this on to here. Exalted Solo. And we'll just make that one per short rest as well. Keep it simple. Temple casts Exalted Solo at 8th level. Also, I never put the concentration on a Ripper's Whale. Damn it. And concentrates on it. I put that in the action text to remind the DM this is a concentration spell. At a glance you can see, yes, concentration. Heat metal should increase the damage done by Lizzie's Scream. At your table, it can. At your table, it can. Did I think of all this myself? Reading through your website is very, very cool. I'm thoroughly impressed. I mean, I've had help from those who've joined in on the live streams here, giving their insights throughout, but I would say a solid 98% of it, outside of naturally working within the mechanics of D&D, is myself, yes. I would say 95 to 98% you can just straight up attribute to myself there. But in terms of the layout, that is straight up thanks to the home brewery. In terms of the actual mechanical baseline, that's Wizards of the Coast. In terms of a number of the descriptive features, the word choices, that has come up from chat. Absolutely. So whilst my part is in the high 90s, it's definitely not 100%. I am inspired by this community. And that's not as soppy as it sounds. And then there's Petra, I suppose. You said it yourself, Petra. I'm free to swing at that point. Alright, yeah. We've got Exalted Solos shoved into there. All the other stats are in place. I'll need to add in a attack style for Lizzie once ready, but we need to design that first. Let's design it. So, new spell. That spell starts down here, Ken. There we go. This is a 1 Exalted Solo. This is an 8th level Void. It's not technically a conjuration because I've been describing Lizzie as always around. So let's go for a transmutation. I'll reflavor it slightly as a activation rather than a conjuration. Let's go with that. I mean, Lizzie's supposed to always be there anyway, but yeah. So this will be a casting time of 1 bonus action, a range of self, component. Yeah, we need vocal and somatic. We'll leave both of those in there. And duration. I'm going to set the duration to 1 minute, but I'll make it where the duration resets every time Temple casts a spell. Yeah, casts any other spell. So it's effectively unlimited. It's going to last even in a long encounter, but Temple's not going to always have it immediately to hand. If it runs out, it runs out. I think that's probably the right way to go. Work the ammo mechanic in there. See, I thought about that, just like I thought about a damage growth for Ripper's Wail, but 2 issues to that. 1, it adds even more tracking for a DM to do, which if they're in a challenge 19 tier encounter, the kind of things they're tracking from players is already insane. So the less I can give them to track, usually the better. Second is, whilst it works in a video game sense of building up the ammo and using the ammo, it's all handled very automatically and you've got something to interact with. D&D combat doesn't allow for that level of interaction. There's just not the time for those kinds of things to really happen. Not in any meaningful sense. It's why I had to do a very heavy redesign of how Dante's casting works to be able to make Dante work in a D&D framework. And the same is going to be true here. It's one of those video gamey features that just does not translate over without becoming a burden. Straight up. And I don't want any of this to be burdensome. I want people to enjoy the frame, not regret the frame. If a DM goes through the entire encounter, only occasionally going, oh, I forgot to use that. Little bits, fine. All the time, Oh, you think what I'm referring to is good. Right. I thought you were suggesting working in the ammo mechanic. It's a reset. I see it as a reset rather than ammo, but it's similar, sure, yeah. This one's just a... Oh, was it a cast? Cool, minute. I see what you're saying now, King. Clinched, yeah. Okay, so... Temple brings to life the... Not fire, I don't want to keep saying the word fire. The... Ooh. The scorching... There it is. Temple brings life the scorching fury contained within Lizzie. There we go. There's the big words. Within its Lizzie guitar. There we are. You tried to make a clip on mobile, let me tell you, it feels so much harder. Everything on mobile is worse for some reason. Twitch mobile is Twitch pain. You are rolling at disadvantage when you try to do anything with Twitch mobile other than close the damn app. I'm assuming that doesn't roll at disadvantage. Temple brings to life the scorching fury contained within its Lizzie guitar, granting access to the Lizzie flamethrower attack. So I'm going to capitalize flamethrower, make it part of the word. Lizzie flame thrower is a yeah, let's go with Lazy Flamethrower is a magical ranged weapon. Innate to temple that cannot be disarmed or removed other than by ending the spell. Other than by ending Exalted Solo. It has a... as an action, Lizzie Flamethrower can make a ranged spell attack against any number of creatures of Temple's choice within a... do I make it line or cone? Line. Within a... what range does Lizzie come with normally? It's 10 meters, boostable by that mod Ruinous Extension, I think it is. No, Sinister Reach, another 14. So we can get 24 meters modded. Should Sentient be in that description as well? Doesn't need to be. I'll be describing Lizzie in its own separate box. I'm focusing on the weapon here. So Lizzie Flamethrower is the focus. Lizzie herself will have her own separate info box. Let me remind myself here. Exalted Solo. The weapon. Lizzie. Let's see here. Does it say the range? There it is, yeah. 10 meter range. Sinister Reach takes it to 22. Okay. So 22 would be roughly 70 feet. I feel like 70 feet is one hell of a range, but then this is an 8th level goddamn spell. So, sure, 70 feet. Within a 70-foot long by 8-foot wide line originating from Temple. Ranged spell attack against each of those feels a bit weird. It feels like it should be saving throws for a flamethrower, but then there's no attacks at all for Temple to benefit from for overdrive. So fuck it, we'll let it be weird. We'll let it be weird. Ranged spell attack on each of those within a designated area. It's weird, but I'll accept it. Because then it works with overdrive. Yeah, it's weird, but it's not like anyone dies thinking about it. On hit, it deals fire damage. Yeah. As a bonus action on subsequent turns, what's this? This is me adding Temple to my Dungeons & Dragons document that has otherwise already been released with everything up to Cypher 9 of all Warframes as Dungeons & Dragons monsters. This particular screen is me adding in the last spell for the completion of the Temple section. Let me know if you have more specific questions I can answer for you. As a bonus action on subsequent turns, Lizzie Flamethrower can fire a concentrated sonic blast at a target within 70 feet. The target must make a, let's say, yeah, dexterity saving throw. Dexterity saving throw. Sister and Laura are huge into D&D. Well, you've just found them an amazing free gift then, haven't you? Because you can give them hundreds of stat blocks for them to gush over. Hundreds of stat blocks, all based in the Warframe universe. If they like Warframe as well, they're going to love you for it. If they're not into Warframe, well, you might have just found a way to get them into Warframe, haven't you? Exclamation mark WFD&D for the links to that, although this will be updated. If not this evening, it'll be updated tomorrow with the additions I'm doing here on stream today. As a bonus action on subsequent turns, Lisa Framework can fire a concentrated sonic blast at a target within 70 feet. The target must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, it takes some amount of thunder damage and becomes Temple's choice of some effects until the end of Temple's next turn. Yeah. Not a bad shout there, Clinge. You could do it as a as the players as just kind of standard adventures or reskinned into Corpus, Grenadier, Ostron, whatever operatives. Hell, you could even go make them Orokin and have the campaign be the fall of the Orokin Empire. So you got a reason for the Warframes to be plentiful and hostile. Absolutely. Or it could be in the dark period afterwards. Some fragmented colonies doing their best, eking out their new part in this strange vacuous power dynamic, and there are feral, angry Warframes out there at this point, still wreaking havoc, tearing down the old structures, and anyone that's trying to loot them is considered part of that structure. Could absolutely go that direction as well. The first instinct would be short vignettes from the opening of the new war. Could do that as well. Do little one-off stories within the Origin universe. You could pull on all kinds of story threads that you have left open there as well. Not just the Corpus, Grenadier, major factions, but you could talk about individual DACs that may be going around. You could be talking about some of the smaller communities, the Ostrons, the Solaris. You could talk about the Myconians, for example. Loads of different areas you can pick on. Right, until the end of next turn. So this gives us the activation of what it is. We've got the Lizzie Flamethrower attack. We've got it's a magical ranged weapon, innate to Temple, cannot be disarmed or removed other than by ending Exalted Solo. As an action, Lizzie Flamethrower can make a ranged spell attack against any number of creatures of Temple's choice within a 70-foot long line, 5 foot wide, originating from Temple. On hit, it deals some amount of fire damage. As a bonus action on subsequent turns, Lizzie Flamethrower can fire a concentrated sonic blast at a target within 70 feet. The target must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, it takes some amount of thunder damage and gains a condition of Temple's choice. So that's where we got the 4 special sonic waves. We've got viral, magnetic, corrosive, and cold. So for that, I could go with things like slowed is a very easy, obvious one there. Magnetic is an energy drain. I could go with enervated, which is a unique condition I've created. Could go with poisoned. That would also be a fitting condition. And then I suppose a sonic blast can just knock someone over, prone. So that's an option. Yeah. Let me peek at my condition section, just remind myself what other options we have. What do I use instead of radiation? Radiation damage is radiant, usually speaking. Let's see, so blinded wouldn't apply, charmed wouldn't apply, Dark vision, definitely not. Deafened, fits a sonic blast. We've already got a source of deafened, and it's not really that impressive a condition. Enervated, we're already going to use. Frightened doesn't fit. Grapple doesn't fit. Ignited is a very Ember-specific thing. We're not going to mess with that. Incapacitated, absolutely not. Invisible, no. Paralyzed, no. Petrified, no. Poisoned, going to use it. Prone, considering using it. Recharge doesn't apply. Restrained, no. Slowed, going to use it. Stunned, no. True sight, no. Unconscious, no. Weakened. Target, which is weakened, deals half damage with its attacks rounded up. Oh yeah, I created that one, yeah. Yeah, so we go weakened, poisoned. What are the others? What did I choose again? Weakened, poisoned, enervated. And slowed. There it is. Yeah. Weakened, poison, enervated, slowed. Let's use those. Definitely worth considering. I've considered and dismissed it as... I mean, I can include it. You don't have to use it. So I suppose I can just include it. Yeah, sod it. Let's just include it. If the DM never uses it, the DM never uses it. But it's there and it would make sense to be an option. So let's just do it. Deafened. I'm giving him 5 instead... giving them 5 instead of 4. That's fine. My temple's better. Alright, so deafened, enervated. It was poisoned. Slowed and weakened. There we are, yeah. Oh, gods mocking each other. I would mock the shit out of Ballas. And then immediately get chopped up with the paracesis because look at me. Does it look like I would win a physical fight against a sword? I mean, I have my own sword, but it's not quite as big as the paracesis. I might struggle in that fight. But I would have mocked the fuck out of Ballas first. What the F am I doing? Talking shit about Ballas whilst creating Warframes as D&D monsters. Yeah. Just because you can't win a fight doesn't mean you can't start one. Oh, believe you me, when I was growing up, that must have been my mantra. Holy shit, was that my mantra. Whew, I got into a lot of troubles that way. Eventually figured out, you know what, maybe I should stop picking these fights. I was a bit of an idiot at times. Yeah. Well, most people lose against a sword without a weapon or armor. Yeah, I still need to get some armor. Got the weapons. Need the armor. Mind you, I also need ranged weapons. Get me a nice longbow or something. Well, actually, short bow. Let's be real. I'm gonna need a short bow. Extreme Ken starts with full Roman armor. Sure, yeah. I mean, I knew someone who had a practically full armory, but sadly, I don't think I can call on them for any assistance. Last time I knew where they lived was hundreds of miles away from here, and I don't actually know if they still live there anymore, so... Yep. That's going back into old times. Alright. Need to figure out the numbers on this. Worth a call? Nah. Nah. Old times. Time's well and truly gone. In terms of damage output, let's assume then that we start with Ripper's Wail. Then on the next turn, we open up Exalted Solo, and we're just going to Lizzie thereafter. That should be our highest damage output option. It's the option we want to be using. If we're using the other stuff, it's because it's somehow better. So let's figure that. And I want to aim for the damage to be a little bit on the lower side, so that Overdrive stars a place. Let's do that. Odd acquaintance who you used to LARP in full plate in summer? I mean, fair do, fair do. Proper full plate shouldn't be that overheating in summer. Like, it's not going to be nice. It's not going to be nice, but it shouldn't be horrible. The whole point of good armor, and part of the reason why it's so damn expensive, is that it doesn't weigh quite so heavily on you. It doesn't cause such restriction to movement to being able to rest. Now, you get people who say, oh yeah, no, you can't have a long rest whilst you're wearing armor. Bullshit, you can. Yeah, inner layer will be fine, outer layer fried egg. That makes perfect sense, honestly, yeah. That makes perfect sense. But hey, that just shows you they've got the insulation, so fry your opponent, don't fry yourself. It's the right way around to do it, yeah. Heat metal? God already did it. Way ahead of you, kiddo. Yeah. Alright, let's run some numbers on this. So, we'll casting Rip as well first, and then follow up on the next 2 turns, Exalted Solo, ignoring Overdrive for the moment. If we use an Exalted Solo without Overdrive, there's no crit enhancement to worry about. We'll just run it from there. 17 damage going to apply twice. We got 35 coming straight out of Ripper's Wail for one of our actions. So Exalted Solo, giving us Lizzie, is going to have to cover the rest of the damage. If we're firing in a line that's 70 foot long, the chance of hitting more than 2 targets is vanishingly slim in most encounters. Believe you me, I've had the opportunity to try. So we can just focus on assuming 2 targets a hit each turn with that. In terms of the damage output I'm looking for here, we are looking for absolute maximum, true maximum output of 270 damage over 3 turns. Because Rip as well is going to be buffing up allies. If we go past 270, we are absolutely overcooking this one. Probably want to end up below that. So, 270, absolute hard aim. We got 35 coming from this. 270 minus 35, and then that remaining damage, which is 235, will be split across 2 attacks on 2 targets. So divide by 4. We'll be suggesting somewhere in the ballpark of no more than 59 per target. If you want to bring that down... Hell, if I brought that all the way down to 44, which would be 8d10, that would probably still be balanced. So far. And I'd want to bring it down there because of the bonus attack, which is also going to be able to deal some damage as well. Yeah. So if we go at 8d10, the 44 average damage per hit. Yeah. Label it as deals unknown fire damage. Looks so much funnier. Yeah. But it has to have a number, sadly. So yeah, 8d10 for 44 damage per hit. So that'll be 44 plus 44 plus 17. And then 44 plus 44 plus 17. So it is 44 plus 44 plus 17, all doubled. Comes out to 210 damage, plus the bonus action, which I could probably set it to something small like 1d10, so we get another 11 damage out of that. Brings us 221 damage, which 221 over 3 is 74 average damage per round, puts it in the ballpark of challenge 15 damage output on challenge 19 support character. That is definitely enough. I wouldn't want to take any higher than that. Especially as we got these crit ranges in here. So, with that in mind, what if we give an extra round to figure out the averages from? 10d6? Why 10d6? What? Kirito, where are you pulling 10d6 from? What are you talking about? You haven't said any context. You've just questioned a damage that doesn't exist here. I can't respond to that, other than incredulously. Let's see. So, if we've got a 8d10 attack, turn 1, Ripper's Wail, activate that. Turn 2, Overdrive, apply that. Now, Kirito, I've just done the numbers. I don't know why you're trying to give me new numbers. I've just done the numbers. Why are you saying these numbers that are different from mine? I don't know where this is coming from. You are on a different path to me, so I'm just going to leave you with it, I'll be honest. Right, Try not to think about that. You may have misheard. You definitely misheard. You've probably been thinking about... You've been thinking about trying to answer what I am making myself, rather than letting me make it. Which, I get that you're excited, and I appreciate that. But, yeah. Trust me. I've done this enough times. Like, enough times, you know? Alright, so, Rip as well first, then into Overdrive. Overdrive dealing to 2 targets, 13 each is numbers running with, so that's 26. Then we bring out the Exalted Solo and start slamming out attacks with that. Thanks to Overdrive, we've got a very high crit range. A critical hit on a D10 is going to be double damage. Crit range being 3 points higher than before, but likely only affecting 1 target due to saving throws. I mean, I don't know how likely on that, given the difficulty of the save. No, it's a con save, so one person saved it. No, maybe not. Yeah, we'll say one person saved it. They've had enough time. And there's bonuses. It's level 19. Save's going to happen, so yeah. One is saved, one is not. We'll use that as the calculation for the next 2 turns. In terms of having a crit range of 17 to 20, considering typical hit ranges are hit on 65% of attacks, I think is standard. We're critting on around about a third of that. So we can roughly increase the damage we're expecting by a third. Yeah, I think mathematically that's in the ballpark of correct. A ballpark is all we need. So 8d10 to 2 targets. Twice, that's 16 d10 to each target. Add on the third to one of them, it's about 5 extra, so it's 21 plus 16. Which is, yeah, 37 d10 plus 2, so 35. So 37 d10 is 37 times 5.5. So that comes out to, over the course of 4 rounds, 264.5 damage. Divided by 4 comes out to 66 per round. Again, that is within acceptable parameters. It's a bit on the low side, but considering this can scale with allies, I'm fine with it being low. Red for temple? Sure, why not? My temple's blue, but sure. There we are. Yeah, this is good. Numerically, this seems to be coming out to an amount which is within design parameters. And should therefore have the players absolutely freaking out whilst we're just going la 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 la. Now it should be balanced. The choice of weakenings that we can apply here: deafened, enervated, poisoned, slowed, weakened. Weakened definitely is a big one. Slowed is not that terrible, but it's hard for escapes. Enervated is terrifying. Poisoned can be bad. And deafened is, yeah, not that important. But that does give some serious debuffs to apply on top of the damage. All with the range. And if players line up in a corridor, then Temple's just gonna bring out Lizzie and just immolate the entire line of them, and that's gonna be hilarious to me. No. So half the distance you can move? I believe so, yes. It slowed. A target which is slowed has its move speed halved, including all increases it would gain to its move speed. Yeah. So any movement you would be able to make there would be halved, pretty much. Temple goes here. I'll fix that when I get around to it. I think that has that there. So then I can bring this up into the actions up here. So we've got Rip as well. Blah, 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 blah. We need the attack action. Let's put the attack under the other weapon here, which should be Lizzie Flamethrower. This is ranged spell attacks. That would be using our intelligence, which would make this a absolutely stonking plus 12 to hit. 70-foot long by 5-foot wide line. Any number of target creatures. Hit. 44 brackets 8d10 fire damage. And then down here in the bonus actions, we should say requires exalted solo, and then Sonic Blast requires exalted solo. Temple launches a Sonic Blast at a target within 70 feet as per the exalted solo spell. There we are. Yeah, I think that gives them the quick reference that is needed for all of those details. So you can see a quick reference, what Lazy Flamethrower is capable of, but also what it requires. Yeah, you've got the same for Sonic Blast. I haven't put that it's a ranged spell attack, so let's do that here. Ranged spell. Yep. What? What? No. No. Okay. I lost basically nothing. Oh. Oh boy. Why did it refresh? Why? Why did it refresh? God. Oh god. The last 4 hours just flashed before my eyes there. Oh. Jeez. Oh, my vision's gone slightly with that one. Oh boy. Oh. That's what I was saying. Ranged. Spell. Attack. Oh, slightly dizzy. Hydrate. Cheers. Are bullet jumps distances based on in-game data or balanced for D&D World? It's balanced for D&D World. So the way it works is that all of the bullet jumps, for anything other than the primes, or a couple exceptions, most of the bullet jumps are twice what their normal jump distance would be. So for a high jump, with a running start, you can jump 3 feet plus your strength modifier upwards. And that's the clearance your feet get off the ground. So if you have a strength of +2, then 3 + 2, 5 feet off the ground with a jump with a running start. And that's 10 feet of running. Horizontally, the distance cleared is your strength score. So if you have a strength of 15, you can clear 15 feet in a horizontal jump with a running start. All bullet jumps are double those values, and they have no requirement for a running start. Bullet jumps can also be performed mid-air. So altogether, that gives them double the distance, none of the cost, none of the restrictions. Primes get triple rather than double. So in the case of the Prime here for Temple Prime, strength score of 17, strength mod of +3. A +3 mod means a vertical height normally of 6 feet. So Temple's bullet jump is 18 feet vertical. No running start needed. Temple's horizontal, 17 times 3 is 51 feet. Which is so far Temple would need to use the dash action to be able to actually clear that amount of distance in time. So yeah. Don't think you've ever had jumping rules come up in your games? You're missing out. You're missing out. I had it in the playtest that, for example, a player put down this absolutely horrifying field of just grasping tentacles and whatnot, and said that all distance across it is difficult terrain, and anything that tries to move across it has all these negatives applied to it. Saving throws need to be done. And the Warframe just kind of went, oh, that's cute. Bullet jumped over the entire field, landed next to the person who just cast it. At which point the caster is like, oh shit, I'm a sorceress and there's a Warframe right next to me, someone help me! Because it did nothing. Just jumped right over it. It also means that I've had jumping mechanics come into play in a normal... I say normal. A normal D&D session, not a playtest one, where a dragon was swooping down over the players and just trying to immolate them without ever landing. The dragon was not giving them much chance, because the dragon thought it had all the advantage it needed. It had tough armor, it could resist the spells incoming, it was doing fine. And the fighter, with their big old great sword of flame, was very pissed off the dragon wouldn't land and get into greatsword range. But on the map, there was this little shack. Just this little shed, this little outhouse, whatever it was. The fighter ran up to that, scaled up it, they bounded up of it because of their strength, they could bound up it, jumped off of that, and that gave them enough range to strike with their sword. At which point they used a feature, which is when they hit a creature, they can knock it prone. A dragon that is flying and knocked prone plummets out the sky. So this guy basically leapt up off of a shed, using his strength score that meant that he could make that jump, no check required, plunged his sword into the dragon's neck and just slammed it to the ground. At which point the rest of the party dogpiled on the dragon. The dragon very rapidly ran out of existence. Jumping rules absolutely apply. The super heroic, it was amazing. He was looking like, he was going through the options like, I mean, could I jump off the shed at it? It's like, what was your strength score? Ran the numbers and he was like, I can fucking reach! I go! Yes, shit. Oh boy. It was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And it wasn't like I pulled punches or anything. The dragon had to come down low enough to be able to make its fire breath attack that could reach them, because that's only got a limited range as well. He leapt the entire length of that and then some. So the dragon had no chance. It thought it could just do flybys. Man with sword say otherwise. So now you take that kind of fearitude, to borrow a word from Scrubs. You take that, and now you give it to a bullet jumping Warframe. If you have a flying character in your party, they are so used to sitting up high in the sky, raining down arrows or meteors, or whatever they feel comfortable with. Oh, look at that little humanoid there. Oh, it's got a lovely little guitar, has it? What's it going to... Oh, dear God! And suddenly the threat is right up in their face and eating their face, perhaps. Yeah. Jump matters. You just gotta make the scenarios where it can matter. If everyone's just in a featureless 10 by 10 room, then nothing's gonna happen. You gotta make it happen. Alright, I got a little carried away there. What was I checking? Oh, I need to put in condition immunities and other bits and pieces. Let's see. How do I do that? Condition immunities, damage resistance come after senses. Condition immunities. The temple, same old. Prone and restrained. Ain't no stopping this. A lovely, lovely concert. And damage resistances. It, of course, has to be fire. Can't be anything else. Glenn saying, I guess it's because my games happen in VTT, so elevation is very abstract. Elevation is very abstract in 2D maps. I mean, this was a 2D map that I drew out on a laminated sheet of paper which just had a grid on it. We didn't exactly have high tech to utilize. We didn't need it. I had drawn out the map on the grid on this laminated paper using a whiteboard pen, and on that map was a box representing a little outhouse. That's what it was. Can the frame run and then bullet jump? Oh yeah, absolutely, if they have enough speed. If you have a speed of, say, 40 feet, and you run 30 feet, your jump can only go 10 feet. If you try to jump more than that, you fall. If you want to go further than that, you must first then dash, which at a speed of 40 feet, it would be a total 80 distance you can now clear. So that'll be 30 feet of running and up to 50 feet of jumping. Things like that. Play a physical table again, the dream. It's been a long time since I've had a physical group as well. A very, very long time. Actually, it was, I can tell you, 2019. Did we have a game in 2020? No, wait, yes, we did manage one session in 2020 before lockdown happened. But then lockdown happened, and before the group could get back together, I left the job where I met all the players, bar one, at that job, and then I moved 200 miles away. So that ended that. And I've moved 200 miles since. Oh. No, not 200. But still, a distance. Yeah. Anyway. Exalted Solo is all marked up. Magical range weapon. Nate's Temple. Cannot be disarmed. As a bonus action on subsequent turns, Lizzie Flamethrower can fire a concentrated Sonic Blast. Sonic Blast needs to be capitalized now that it is a proper attack. There we go. Add a target within 70 feet. Target must make a dexterity saving throw. The failed save takes boop damage and choice of any of these conditions. Yep, that's good. A dedicated player would drive 200 miles per session. No. No. Not the most dedicated players to do that. Not frequently. Barely once. Alright, so we got the condition immunities, we've got the damage resistance now in, we've got the saving throws, they are all in there. Are they up to date? Yes. Skills are up to date. Senses are correct. Prone and restrained, fire, common hurricane, yep. Bullet jump's done, Oracle Resolve is done, Metronome done, Void Powers done. Actions, we've got the shitty pick, we've got the actual flamethrower doing the amazing stuff, we've got the requirement that Exalted Solo is required. Got the stats for it. Lizzie's Scream can be cast at 6th level. No restriction on casting amount. So you can just go bam, bam, bam every single turn if you want. Overdrive is available. Rip as well is available. Both of those are single cast. Overdrive is up to 7th level. Enjoy the damage. Clear the stage is still the spare bonus action. Exalted Solo to cast it. And then Sonic Blast thereafter. Yep. Do I make Temple Prime's armor change from pelt to glam armor? With no explanation, no description, no nothing to say what glam armor is. I am tempted to just make it glam armor. Just so I can have an email later from someone going, Kengineer, I checked out your temple thing, and, what is glam? It has to be done. It has to be done. Yeah, you gotta have fun with these things. You just gotta. Okay. Would it hit better if it were metal, though? Igium, I am not allowing Temple Prime to be hit by heat metal when none of the other temples can be. Absolutely not. Probably going to be misread as clam. Oh, if anyone feels like doodling something. Temple. Rocking out on Lizzie. Dressed in a giant clam. Gotta see it now. But if someone sends me AI version of it, I will block you and send you into the sun. So don't do that. Alright, the bits that are missing, info box on Lizzie, and description for Temple. A bard? A bard would be simple. No, a bard would be much easier. When facing the infernal tunes. No, it's too demonic. This isn't supposed to be demon. When facing the... I don't want to say fiery. Fiery is boring. Let's do better than fiery, Ken. Not scorching. We've used that elsewhere in Temple. And the stage ignites burning passion of Temple's music. Roaring? Oh, I can include that there. Yes. Let's see if I can go for a double meaning in this. Because roaring fire, roaring crowd. Can I get a double meaning in here? The stage ignites the burning passion of Temple's music. The roaring crescendo will collapse upon all but the hardiest adventurers. Bard? A bard would be much easier. When the stage ignites with the burning passion of Temple's music, the roaring crescendo will collapse upon all but the hardiest adventurers. This deafening chorus is not for your admiration, but the unified song of musician and instrument. Screaming as one into the void. Which is also the story of Temple and Lizzie. Rather it is the... There we are. Unified, spell that correctly. There we are. A bard? A bard will be much easier. When the stage ignites with the burning passion of Temple's music, the roaring crescendo will collapse upon all but the hardiest adventurers. This deafening chorus is not for your admiration. Rather, it is the unified song of musician and instrument, screaming as one into the void. I think a semicolon goes there. Yep, that's an introduction to Temple. That is an introduction to Temple. I'm happy with that one. I need to add in a note. How do I do the note boxes? If I grab this and go up to Ash, I think Ash has note boxes. I'll just copy from Ash. Ash does not have a note box. Bollocks. Also, I've got no legendary actions for Temple, again like I have with a number of frames, and I'm fine with that. I am fine with that. What do you add a note box? I know one of you did. Back looking through the pseudocode. Yeah, I'm on. Where's one with a damn note box? What the fuck happened here? Eh? Dante, what? Why? Oh, I'll fix that later. Ah, Ember's got no boxes. Okay. Go to Ember. That's the formatting it uses. I wouldn't have remembered it. And now if I go Temple. There we are. Jump to this section. Hey, where'd the note go? I've just pasted it in. Where's the note? Why does... Okay, that was weird. That was weird. Okay. Lizzie, Temple's guitar. Lizzie is both instrument and extension of Temple. Ever present. Not irremovable, that's not a word. Irreplaceable was slightly different vibe what I was going for, but let's do it. Irreplaceable. Focus for all. Is there a reason I'm putting it under the Adept version? Because the Adept is slightly higher up the page than the Initiate, so it slightly balances the page. That's why. Focus. Temple's Craft. This twisted instrument has become part of Temple's very form, corrupted by the same process that created Temple. It is said that it speaks to Temple, and perhaps others who dare come close enough to hear it. What? It is unlikely that such an audience be granted for long. Music must flow. The fire must burn. Yeah, let's go with that. Okay, let's see how that sounds. Lizzie is both instrument and extension of Temple. Ever present, irreplaceable, focus for Temple's craft. This twisted instrument has become part of Temple's very form, corrupted by the same process that created Temple. It is said that it speaks to Temple, and perhaps others who dare come close enough to hear its words. It is unlikely that such an audience will be granted for long. The music must flow, and the fire must burn. And an extension? Yeah. Alright, sometimes I like to dramatically drop words, but you're right, that should be there. If I'm doing that, it'll be both. It is both an instrument and an extension of Temple. There we are. Is ever present? Ever present definitely two words in this context, isn't it? I think it is, yeah. It's ever present, irreplaceable, focus for Temple's craft. And I'm specifying craft so as not to imply specifically focus for spell casting, even though it can't be removed and the other components are kind of covered. I'm specifically not making it required for spell casting somehow. Because again, the implications of that would mean it could be removed somehow. I think that gives enough of a description. We got the opening. We've got Lizzie described what we're actually talking about there. We've got the Master and the Primal together. We've got all the spells. It all fits into the pages I wish to use. We got 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 8th level spells with the upgrades appropriate to them. All the spell casting is at appropriate levels. Yep. And concentration. I want to check with concentration if I capitalize that normally. Nope, I can see over here. Lantern does not capitalize in the info box. Sorry, the stat block. So that's good. The only thing left to do to finish this, one is to make sure that deafened is in here. I'm fairly certain it is, but is deafened in here? Yeah, here it is. So that condition is covered. Yeah, I think the only thing left to do is to just make the image for it. However, my eyes are beginning to get a little bit strained, having looked at this screen for the last 4 hours making this. So I shall add that tomorrow and get this all rendered and uploaded once I fix whatever the hell's happened with Dante, somehow. I'll get this all rendered and uploaded onto the website tomorrow. For now, everyone, thank you very much for joining in. I hope you've enjoyed this introspection? No, wrong word. Insight? You got to see how I make it. I'm out of words. The dictionary has run dry. The thesaurus is exhausted. My creative juices are starting to look like creative powder, so I think it's about time we wrap it up there. Thank you very much for joining in, and I'll be live again on Sunday with some more actual Warframe gameplay. But in the meantime, have yourselves a wonderful weekend, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.